Hello everybody, I'm back with another video, and this one is going to be very eye-opening, kind of upsetting, but it's stuff we got to know and we got to get prepared. It's called The Truth About Matthew chapter 24, No One Ever Told You. And watch it all the way to the end, like I always say. Don't judge me until you've watched the whole thing, and don't come back with a bunch of comments till you have. Because it's real hard to deal with people when they don't even watch the video and they just start slamming comments. But I think you'll get a lot out of it. Study it out. Don't take my word for it. Do your own homework. Love you guys. You're down in the water. Yep, you're down in the water. And you see that hand coming at you? That's the words. That's the words of the Son of the Father. He's like, hey, you, down there. Yeah, you, the one drowning in the lies. The answer's easy, and it's listen to me and no one else. That's it. Just grab hold of my words. That's what he'd be trying to tell you right now, because that's the only answer, and it's got the truth in it. And I'm gonna prove this. I'm gonna prove it through this video. Watch it to the very end. If you want to try to tear it apart, go ahead, try to tear it apart. You won't be able to, because I'm gonna show you the lies that you've been told and how they've been manipulating us for a long, long time. You're gonna know who the real Son of the Father is and what he was trying to say to you in Matthew 24. Okay, in this video, I'm going to make a request. Before you even watch this video, I want each person to pause the video right now and read Matthew 24 for yourself, not for anybody else, not in anybody else's viewpoint. After you read it, spend a few minutes on Matthew 24:5 only. Just look at it very slowly, several times. Read it in many different versions. Don't think about what you've been taught that it means, but think about what the verse is saying in plain English. In each of our heads is this preconceived mental picture of almost all the verses in the New Testament, from our pastors and videos we've listened to, and this has caused these little cobwebs all in your brain that prevent you from hearing Jesus' real words for what they really are saying. We have to break the indoctrination and learn to listen to him for what he said to us. Okay, now think about what indoctrination is. It's the process of repeating an idea or a belief to someone until they accept it without criticism or question. And that's what we've done. From the time we're little toddlers, you're handed the book. This is your Bible. It's the Word of God. It says blah, 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 blah. You believe in Jesus, you're saved, and you'll go to heaven. Okay? But you're indoctrinated into every little nuance in that book over time. You've been to Sunday school classes, vacation Bible school, different kinds of churches. Many of you walked away, came back, reread the book, looked at it, and some people just toss it and it collects dust, but still in the back of their mind, they think they know what these words say, even though they never really sat there and thought about it. So for just a few minutes before you even start this, just read that chapter and look at that one verse for just a few minutes and mill it over in your mind, and then press that pray button again and watch to the end, and we're going to break out of that indoctrination and show the truth. Matthew 24 has been served up to us in this neat little package that made us think that there's going to be many false messiahs, and that's going to be the first sign of trouble at the end of the ages. This is a total fabricated lie and does not match the Greek text at all. John 6:32-35. Jesus tells us some important things. He said, Jesus then said to them, truly, truly, I say to you, It was not Moses who gave you the bread from heaven, but my Father gives you the true bread from heaven. For the bread of God is he who comes down from heaven and gives life to the world. And they said to him, Sir, give us this bread always. Jesus said to them, I am the bread of life. Whoever comes to me shall not hunger, and whoever believes in me shall not thirst. Now John had already told us in chapter 3, verse 34, For he whom God has sent utters the words of God, for he gives the Spirit without measure. So the real Jesus, which I know is Bar Abba, I don't even think it's Bar Abbas, honestly. I think it's just Bar Abba. This is after reading a historical document I'll show you here in a little bit. Which is the Son of the Father, left us the breadcrumbs to find our way, and those crumbs that he left us are actually his words. So just like you're going through the forest, you got to pick them up and get them crumbs before the birds eat them, because they've already tried to eat them. Trust me. John 5:25. We've got a word at the beginning. It says truly, truly. I don't think it was supposed to mean truly, truly. Because in first century I read about the word amen, which is Strong's G281. It can actually mean at the end. And they used to use it even at secular plays. At the end of a play, like we would put on a movie screen, the end. So you know the end of the movie was there. Well, I think it's supposed to read, at the end, I say to you, an hour is coming and is now here, when the dead will hear the voice of the Son of God, and those that hear it will live. I think that's what we're experiencing right now. When I read Matthew 24:5, this last time, that just flung off the page at me and just like slapped me, it said, For many will come in my name, saying, I am the Christ, and they will lead many astray. I thought to myself, what did he just say? It was like I was hearing it for the first time. And it's like the ears are opening on everybody. It's like this, the dead will hear means that they'll be endowed with the faculty of hearing and not be deaf. And I think dead is more metaphorical in this verse than it is literal. But we're going to go on and explore what he was saying here in John 5:25. This is like a side note here, just so you know where I looked some of this up. When you look at amen in the American Heritage Dictionary of English Language, it says to say the last word, to end or finish. The concluding word or an act and conclusion of things. Okay, that goes along with what that we have in Strong's. Then I did some cross-referencing into the Latin this time, because I'm really actually better at Latin than I am Greek. But when I looked at that, it also is like, that's it, the end of the story. It's like it's a final ending type thing. So I just wanted you to have some other references to this besides just the Strong's verse. Jesus told us in John 5:43, I have come in the Father's name, and you do not receive me. And they have if for this other word there, the Strong's G1437. It literally means when it happens, or when something happens. When another one comes in his own name, you will receive him. And I think that's exactly what we did. We received the wrong one. And now we're starting to see it because he's opening our ears right now. I've caught a lot of flack for this on Facebook because I made some of these little memes just to put out there to make people think. And I used the movie Jesus, and somebody says, oh, the scripture's not a cartoon. It's not that, and it's like, they have used movies, they've used art, they've used all this stuff to program and and broadcast to you the lie, so why not use it to come back and tell the truth? Is what that's my thinking. But this would be like Jesus sitting there going, what the heck? It's like, he said, let's get this straight. I tell you, I'm not from this world, but I'm from a world that above this world. 38 times I tell you I was sent. That none of the Jews know me nor my Father. That the Jews are worshiping a murderer and a liar called the devil. About 100 times I tell you that I am Father in heaven's Son. I also tell you I existed before the foundation of the world, and that I was sent to save the entire world. Yet all of you decide that my dad overshadowed a human woman named Mary, that I'm a descendant of some immoral king named David, and that I was only sent to 1% of you called the Jews that say they are the so-called chosen ones. You obviously just don't hear my words. And that's probably what he would be thinking right now, just from what all you see, the pastors say, the YouTube channels, everything, because none of it fits the narrative. It does not fit his words. And that's intentional. It's like there's an agenda being driven, and we're going to prove that out. One thing I noticed was, why is there a need to clarify Jesus as being the one that is called by the word Christ? In Matthew 1:16, and Jacob begat Joseph, the husband of Mary, of whom was born Jesus, who is called the Christ. So they're delineating this Jesus that is called the Christ. Okay, in Matthew 27:17, therefore when they were gathered together, Pilate said to them, whom will ye that I release unto you? Jesus Barabbas, which means Son of the Father, or Jesus, which is called the Christ? So here we see that there's two Jesuses. There's one called the Son of the Father and one that's called the Christ. And we're being pointed out that there's two. So there's an intentional reason for that. I hope my air conditioner's not too loud and you aren't hearing it in the background, because it's too hot to do this without it. This is where you find the Barabbas word is like in Matthew 27:16 through 17. The RSV has it. Several versions have it because it falls into certain manuscripts. And it reads, at this time there was a notable, which means noted from above, prisoner called Jesus Barabbas. So after they had gathered, Pilate said to them, whom do you want me to release to you? Jesus the Barabbas, or Jesus who is called the Christ or Messiah? Now Barabbas' name appears as Bar-Abbas in the Greek, but it's derived from the Aramaic, which is Bar-Abba, which means son of the Father. Some of the manuscripts of Matthew 27:16 through 17 have the full name of Barabbas as Jesus Barabbas, and this probably the name was originally written in this text. Now you can see down here the Greek, I put that in there too so you could look at it. But there definitely was two different Jesuses that are actually in the manuscripts. Okay, this is a standard interlineary of Matthew 27:17, and it shows the Jesus here, and the word they don't have translated there is the, and this word is Barabbas, and it means son of the Father. So just so you could see that it's actually in the interlineary on a lot of these versions or the manuscripts. And you can go pull Bible Hub up and hit the Greek button, and it'll show you where all the different versions of the manuscripts, and you can see which ones it was in and which ones it wasn't in. But I just wanted you to be able to see that. Okay, this one is from the eSword, and you can see when you come down here, you got the Zeus, and then the word the, and Barabbas, and you can see below it they've even written the son of Abba, and Abba means father, so it's the son of the Father. And you know, he told us in John 5:43, I come in my Father's name, and you receive me not. So I just wanted you to see these different versions, because I covered this in the Barabbas and Jesus Christ video, but a lot of people won't go back and rewatch that. So I'm just kind of, then you can see when Pilate's asked, he said, are Jesus the one called the Christon, or the Christ, right there, which means anointed. So he's asking either or. There's two Jesuses, and they're spelled exactly the same if you look at the Greek. John 3:36, he that believeth on the Son hath eternal life, but he that obeyeth not the Son shall not see life, but the wrath of God, or Theos, abideth on him. So we have to ask ourselves, which one is the true Son? John 17:3, and this is eternal life, that you might know thee, the true God, or Theos, and Jesus, whom thou hast sent. So it is important that we know which one was sent, and since he said he came in the name of the Father, it would make more sense that it's Jesus Barabbas, which means son of the Father. I always know somehow when things get delayed, there's usually a reason. Father's fixing to show me something that needs to be seen. Okay, I found this as a early 1900s Jewish encyclopedia, and it was on the word Barabbas. And it was talking about Origen reporting that in several manuscripts of the Gospel, he had seen the name given as Jesus Barabbas, or Jesus son of Abba. Accordingly, the first name was afterward omitted from the manuscripts of the Gospels when the name of Jesus had become sacred. So you can tell that they did some changes just by what Origen had written. Now, Origen was of Alexandria, and he was one of the early Christian scholars. He was born like in 185 AD and died like in 253 AD. So he's recording this stuff. He's probably seeing the original manuscripts. But this was just like confirmation that, to me, that said, okay, the real name was probably Barabbas or Bar Abba, son of Abba. I think that it was Jesus, son of Abba, to be honest. Now, that's just my personal opinion from reading this. But to me, that's a heck of a historical documentation of the truth to me. Yeah, you know. And I have felt in my heart of hearts, since all this has been revealed, that Bar Abba, or son of Abba, is the actual true son. Because again of this indoctrination and the programming and broadcasting of television shows and everything that we've seen and heard about Jesus, there's no way most people are going to connect all these dots here. It's like the crowd wanted Barabbas because he was the real Savior. The masses were yelling for the one that they knew was the Son of the Father. They knew who the real one was. Oh, now it's going to start thundering. It's like already PowerPoint has crashed twice, and now it's thundering, so I know this is going to be a good video, because when all these little monkey fingers come in, that means that somebody's trying to keep me from doing this stuff. But when you look back at that Matthew 24, 4 through 5, it says, Jesus said, see to that no one deceives you, for many will come in my name, saying, I am the Christ, and they will deceive many. And then we hear the priest, when they're talking about all this in Luke 22:2, the chief priests and scribes thought how they could put Jesus to death, but they feared the people. Why did they fear the people? Because they knew that the crowd was going to know the real one, and they were going to be upset. And that's exactly what happened. John 18:40, then they all shouted again, saying, not this man, but Barabbas. Now Barabbas, according to the Greek, was not a robber, because they dropped the negating particle. And that's real interesting too, because I just listened to a brand new atheist. He used to be a Christian theologian who's a scholar, and he completely has just tossed his Bible because he's upset. He said that there is no difference there's no such thing as biblical Greek and regular old Greek. They're both the same thing. He said they keep trying to make it two different things and two different meanings, and he said it really is not. And I think that's part of what happened. To support their narrative and to support their theories, they came up with this thing that you have to know biblical Greek, not ancient Greek, but biblical Greek. And they're dropping off negating particles, doing all kinds of changes. And you're going to see that big time in this video. And it's for real. It's not made up imaginary. It's not something I'm trying to manipulate. It's just something that is. Here we are with our little movie, Jesus, here again. Son of the Father. I came in the Father's name. Luke 23:18. But they cried out loud together, away with this man. Release to us, Son of the Father. Now, if you'd have heard that being yelled instead of Barabbas, where would your mind go? They want you to believe that people hated him and wanted him to be dead. It's like they want you to have this mental picture of the real one as being awful, a murderer, a nasty criminal, locked up in jail. Because look at these verses. Mark 3:20. Then Jesus entered the house, and again a crowd gathered, so that he and his disciples were not even able to eat. All these people coming to him. And then look at Mark 4:1. Again, Jesus began to teach by the lake. The crowd that gathered around him was so large that he got into a boat and sat in it out on the middle of the lake, while all the people were on the shore, on the water's edge. There were so many people, he had to back away so he could talk to all of them. There was just too many. Luke 7:11. Soon afterward, Jesus went to a town called Nain, and his disciples and a large crowd went along with him. Luke 8:19. Now Jesus' mother and brothers come to see him, and they were not able to get near him because of the crowds. Luke 12:1. Meanwhile, when a crowd of many thousands had gathered, they were trampling on one another. What does that tell you? It's like all these people that were yelling for Barabbas, who were they yelling for? They weren't yelling for somebody they didn't know to live. They were yelling for the one that had been teaching them. Here's a snapshot of what these crowds were seeing. A large crowd followed him, and he healed all that were ill. I mean, that's Matthew 12:15. Everybody there that was sick was healed. Matthew 14:14. And when Jesus landed and saw the large crowd, he had compassion on them, and he healed the sick. Luke 19:37, the whole crowd of disciples began joyfully to praise God in loud voices for the miracles they had seen. John 6:2, and a great crowd of people followed him because they saw the signs he had performed by healing the sick. It's like John 12:17, now the crowd that was with him, and he called Lazarus from the tomb and raised him from the dead, continued to spread the word. This is large crowds of people, not just small amounts. And who did they cry out for? These same crowds? They cried out for Barabbas, the son of the Father. And, he would be saying, yeah, right, they had to kill me because I did so much evil? What are you talking about? They yelled for him to be released. They didn't yell for him to be killed. Now, you have to watch my video on Barabbas and Jesus Christ, because I think he really was the one that was killed, was Barabbas. But they were yelling for him to be released. In Matthew 27:1, when morning came, all the chief priests and the elders of the people took counsel about Jesus to put him to death. And they bound him and they led him away and delivered him over to Pilate the governor. And then in John 12:19, what do we see? So the Pharisees said to one another, you see that you are gaining nothing. Look, the world has gone after him. They're already admitting with their own words who the crowd was going after. You have to ask yourself, where are all the Jesus supporters? Where were the crowds that were traveled long distance to see him? Or even just the local fans? Where were the apostles? Where were the blind man saying, free Jesus, for I was blind and now I see? Where was the deaf man, the lame man, Jesus' mother and brothers, the centurion whose daughter was healed, the bleeding woman, Mary Magdalene, who all the demons got cast out of? Where's the father whose son was possessed? Where was Lazarus saying, free Jesus, for I was dead and Jesus made me alive again? Where was Zacharias? Free Jesus, for I was short and needy and a tree climber, and Jesus hung out with me anyway. Where's the large crowds that spread cloaks on the palm branches and sang as he entered Jerusalem? Or the thousands that were fed? Where were the legions of the sick crying out, free Jesus, for we too are healed? Where were all these people? If the crowds always gathered around the one they called the Christ, why did they all of a sudden want to kill the Christ? The one that, what was the deal? Why weren't they yelling to free Barabbas? They were yelling to free the real one, is what happened. Just like I said, Luke 23:18, and they cried together, away with this man, release to us Barabbas, the son of the Father. It's all so simple, but yet we've never been taught the truth. Oh yeah, and Jesus would be saying, they want you to think I look like this, that I'm a monster, a robber. And the breadcrumbs I was telling you about, dropping the breadcrumbs, he dropped them everywhere in his words. It's like Matthew 26:55. At that hour Jesus said to the crowds, have you come out as against a robber with swords and clubs to capture me? Day after day I sat in the temple was teaching, you didn't seize me. Mark 14:48, and Jesus said to them, have you come out as against a robber with the swords and the clubs to capture me? And it's again repeated in Luke 22:52. And Jesus said to the chief priests and officers and elders who have come out against him, have you come out as against a robber with swords and clubs? And see, Luke is giving you even another breadcrumb right there, because he mentions that it's the chief priests and officers in the temple and the elders that are coming to arrest him. People didn't want anything to do with killing him. There's no way. The large crowds don't generally follow someone just to kill them either. It's like these crowds traveled a long distance to remote locations just to see him. Jesus withdrew with his disciples to the lake, and a large crowd from Galilee followed. And when they heard about all he was doing, many of the people to him from Judea, Jerusalem, Idumea, and the regions across the Jordan and across the Tyre and Sidon. So there we have in Mark 3, 7 through 9, all these places they came from, long distance. And then in Luke 9, 12, late in the afternoon, 12 came to him saying, send the crowd away, as so they can go and to the surrounding villages and countryside and find food and lodging, because we are in a remote place here. So these people were following him to distances that were away from their home and in very remote locations. They don't do that just to kill somebody, for somebody they want to kill. They do it because they really want to see that person again. It's kind of like you would travel to a big city to go see a concert or whatever of somebody that you like their entertainment. But you wouldn't go there to kill them unless you're a psychopath, you know. I went through and I looked at where the different words are used. It's like Jesus is used in tons of verses, all the way through the New Testament, okay? And Christ Jesus is only used in Acts and the writings of Paul and Peter and Revelation. And it was only in one verse in Revelation, and that was omitted in the Codex Sinaiticus, which is one of the oldest codexes. The Son of Man is used a lot in the four Gospels, Acts 1 verse, in Hebrews 1 verse, and then Revelation 2 verses. Jesus Christ is used just sparingly in the four Gospels, but a lot of times those are people asking questions about the Christ, or that type of thing. And also some of those are admitted in the Codex Sinaiticus also. I found that quite eye-opening. Revelation the same. The Codex is omitting the Jesus Christ. It's got just Jesus in many of the places. Then you see Lord Jesus, which basically doesn't fall into Matthew, John, and Mark, but it falls into Luke, Acts, and Paul's writings. Christ is used some in the four Gospels, but a lot of, like I said, some of those places are omitted in the Codex, and some of them are just people asking, is he the Christ, or are you the Christ, or questions like that. But you can go through and just put this on Bible Gateway and put the different words, the names in, and see where they pop up. Look at the verses. Go see if the manuscript actually supports what they have written or not. And that's what I'm doing. I decided in this video to go back over this verse, or these couple of verses, John 4, 21 through 23. The reason I did is because it basically says salvation is from the Jew, from the Jews in the English versions that we have. Okay, EK is a preposition, and it's a special preposition because it does certain things depending on how it's used. Okay, and I've had a lot of contention about this verse because of what I said that it meant away from or separated from. Well, in the last video I talked about the morphology, that it means out of or from or away from. It's a separation, a disassociation. Okay, and when you're dealing with places, it can mean out of or from, or to denote a change from one place to another. But there's some special conditions with certain prepositions, it means outside or beyond. And I'm going to show you what I mean here, because he's talking about two different locations, because he mentions on this mountain nor in Jerusalem. So he's either or not here nor there. So he's telling you, he's using certain prepositions that tell you something, that it's not going to be here and it's not going to be there. Well, those places, like Jerusalem, is part of the Jewish nation. So he's telling you that it's not going to be there. So if he was saying from, he wouldn't said nor in Jerusalem, he would have said in Jerusalem. You see what I mean? Okay, we're going to look at that even on another slide here. See, these are what they call positional propositions here, of that would mean where it would make it read outside of or beyond the Jews, because he said nor in Jerusalem. Jerusalem was their stomping ground. So that tells you right there how this word is supposed to be read. It should have been outside or beyond. And you can see these are positional, in or on, or positional places. And this word nor plays an important role right here, nor. Because if he meant in Jerusalem, then it would have been is from the Jews. But nor in Jerusalem is indicating that he's saying outside of. I hope this makes sense, because I really went in depth on this, and I wasn't trying to just pull over an agenda or something. I go with what I think is the truth, not what I would like to see there or what I think should be there, but what is actually there. Because you can't make this stuff up. Okay, the DE word has been changed on the website that I got the information from about the negating particle. So I made this screenshot in case they changed this one, and I put the date that I made the screenshot. So if anything is ever said, it's documented here in this video. That's the only reason for this slide. It's just to document. Just want to tell y'all, things are revealed to the little children. I'm a little child. I'm not a scholar. I'm not a wise person. I'm just a little child. Christianity has the most followers worldwide, with over 2.2 billion believers, and it's the largest religion in the world. Yet the New Testament text tells us from Jesus' own words that we do not know his real name unless it's revealed to us. Knowledge of the real Jesus is reserved for those who are the little children. Okay? He said, like I said, that he came in his Father's name, and we received him not. And when another comes in his own name, him ye will receive. What he's saying is, most people are going to receive the wrong Jesus. And then, this used to puzzle me in Proverbs 34. It's like, why would Yahweh say this? It's like, who has ascended to heaven and come down? Who has gathered the wind in his fist? Who has wrapped up the waters in his garment? Who has established all the ends of the earth? What is his name? And what is his son's name? Surely you know. Now, what kind of father would do that to a person? Nope, it's not going to do it. It's like, this is a mockery. It's like, you don't know. You know, that's what it reminds me of. I'm like a child. I'm telling you this. I'm sorry, that's my dog moving around. But it's like he's mocking us, like we're not going to really know anyway, you know. But when we read Luke 10:21, and in that same hour, Jesus rejoiced in the Holy Spirit and said, I thank you, O Father, Lord of heaven and earth, that you have hidden these things from the wise and understanding and revealed them to the little children. Yes, Father, for so it was well pleasing in your sight. turning to the disciples, he said, "All things have been delivered to me by the Father. No one knows who the Son is except the Father, and who the Father is except the Son, and he to whomever the Son desires to reveal him." I prayed for years for Jesus to reveal himself to me. For years. Then in Luke 23, he turning to his disciples, he said privately, "Blessed are the eyes that see the things you see. For I tell you that many prophets and kings desired to see the things that you see and didn't see them, to hear the things that you hear and didn't hear them." So if you're hearing and your ears are open and you see what I'm telling you and you know in your heart it's true, just say thank you. Tell him thank you for helping you figure it out. Because we're just little children trying to make it through this. You know, we got little jobs he's given us to do down here, and we're little children. And he reveals things to the children of his. Okay, now we're going to start looking into the Matthew 24, now that I've explained a little about what we're doing here. Verse 3, "As he was sitting on the Mount of Olives, his disciples came to him privately and said, 'Tell us when these things will happen, and what will be the sign of your coming and of the end of the age?'" So their question was, what are they supposed to look for when he's coming and all? And that word aeon can be several different things. It can be forever, an unbroken age, perpetuity of time, eternity, the worlds, the universe, a period of time. When I looked at the Latin Vulgate, I think that it deals with the world, the end of the world, because the verbiage in it pretty much says that. But it's real interesting. They went to him privately to find out about this, and we're going to see what his answer is. One thing you'll find from all this is, like the verse that I went back over, is that is salvation actually from the Jews? Was Jesus a Jewish Messiah? This is actually a false teaching according to Jesus' words. It's been pushed and shoved down believers' throats that salvation is from the Jews and that Jesus was Jewish from the day he died. And the narrative keeps going, even though most of the videos from the rabbis and all and the anti-missionaries are trying to kill him all over spiritually. They're still pushing this same thing. We're going to examine that too while we're in the middle of all this. I mean, actually we're told that this is not about a bloodline. It's like in John 1:12-13. "But as many as received him, to them he gave the right to become God's children, to those who believed in his name, who were born not of blood," which is a family relation due to birth, "nor of the will of the flesh," which again has to do with DNA and stuff, "nor of the will of man, but of God." And when you actually look at the word for Judah, it is Judas. It's the same identical word in both Hebrew and Greek. And he's trying to tell us here that this has nothing to do with bloodlines. Your salvation has nothing to do with that. And many are going to say, "Oh, you're taking these verses out of context." No, I'm just giving you an overview of what he said. It's like, he would probably tell you right now, "Why would you call me the Christ when I commanded you not to do that?" Because you've got several verses here. You've got like Matthew 16:20. Then he strictly forbade them to tell any man that he was Jesus, that he, Jesus, was the Christ. So he's flat out saying, don't say it. He forbid it. Then in Mark 8:29, "And he said to them, 'And you, whom do you say me to be?' And Peter answered him, saying, You are the Christ. And he rebuked them, that to no one they should tell concerning him. It's like he didn't want them to tell people that he was the Christ. Why? Okay, Luke 9:20 through 21. Then he said to them, But who do you say I am? And Peter answered, The Christ of God. And he strictly charged and commanded them to tell this to no one. So why, when he strictly commanded them not to say that he was Jesus the Christ, or rebuked them for calling him Jesus the Christ, would he say that unless he meant it? I don't think so. It's like, so when we get to this next bunch of verses, Matthew 24:5, for many will come in my name, saying, I am the Christ, and will lead many astray. They're not going to say they are the Christ, but they're going to say that he was the Christ, is what he's saying. I hope this is making sense. It will as we go along, I'm sure. And even though we have Jesus telling us that they're going to come in my name and they're going to say I'm the Christ and they're going to lead everybody astray, and then he's forbidding them to say it. He's telling no one should say this concerning him, and he strictly charged and commanded this. It's like, then even though he said all this, we have Peter and Paul both coming with the Jesus Christ name. Acts 4:8. Then Peter, filled with the Holy Spirit, replied, Rulers and peoples and elders, if we are being examined today for the good deed done to the sick man, by what means this man was healed, let it be known to all of you and to the people of Israel that by the name of Jesus Christ, the Nazarene, whom you crucified, whom God raised from the dead, this man stands before you healthy. This Jesus is the stone that was rejected by you, the builders, and has become the cornerstone. And there is salvation in no one else, for there is no other name under heaven given among people by which we must be saved. So why is he using this name when you've got these statements? That's something we need to really be examining. And also, when we come down here to Romans, you have Paul doing similar stuff. It's like Romans 1:4, who was appointed the Son of God in power according to the Holy Spirit by the resurrection from the dead, Jesus Christ our Lord. Through him we have received grace and our apostleship to bring about the obedience of faith among the Gentiles on behalf of his name. You also are among them, called to belong to Jesus Christ. To all those beloved by God in Rome, called to be saints, grace and peace to you from God our Father and the Lord Jesus Christ. So both of them are pushing this. It's kind of like when I did my videos on the sure peg and stuff that I took down. It's like I could see, the evil of Peter and Paul, but I didn't see where it was coming from. And both of these, if you read Isaiah 28 carefully, you'll see that this was set up by Yahweh. He did this on purpose. Maybe I'll do another video on that in the future. I hope to. Go look for any videos on this verse, and you're going to find this indoctrination process aimed at the busy person to make things snappy and fast for you so you understand everything. It's like you're going to hear false messiahs, that fake messiahs are coming, and even their little logos, everything will be Christ, 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 Christ. This is your indoctrination. This is what they do. It's like it's shoved down your throat so much that you don't even really think about the words. It's like when you think about that verse, they're going to call him the Christ, not themselves. And the word epi in Greek means superimpose on his name that he is the Christ. Not that they are the Christ. They're going to make it out like he is the Christ, like Jesus is the Christ. But in your indoctrination, you're going to see this. Many false messiahs will spring up. And I'm going to show you that's fake. They're all privately talking to Jesus, and they've asked him when he's coming back or when the end of the world is going to happen. And the first thing out of his mouth is what? Take heed that no man deceive you. Wow. What is a deception? It's like, it's the act of causing someone to accept something as true or valid that is actually false or invalid. So he's telling you right there what they're going to do. They're going to try to shove something down your throat, make you believe it, and it's not going to be true. And that was his first warning, the major warning he's given. And it's basically the warning throughout the whole chapter, and you'll see that too. Look, maybe Jesus is back. And he's telling you, listen only to my words, and you'll see the truth. The words of the text in many places are going to reveal to you that there are two separate Jesus. Okay, one of them is John 7:18. The one who speaks on his own authority seeks his own glory. But the one who seeks the glory of him who sent him is true, and in him there is no falsehood. So he's telling you there's two different ones. One's going to seek his own glory. The other one will seek the glory of the one that sent him. Okay, John 3:31. He who comes from above is above all. He who is of the earth belongs to the earth and speaks in an earthly way. He who comes from heaven is above all. So you got two separate ones. You've got one coming from heaven and one coming from earth. When we look at the scriptures, we have to think outside to all of them. Like, keep looking. And when I looked to this part, it was like Matthew 22:41. It's like this pretty much squashes the theory that the real Jesus was the promised Messiah or a descendant of David, because he's questioning their whole narrative. He's even questioning who the Christ real father is, because he says, now, while the Pharisees were gathered together, Jesus asked them a question, saying, what think ye of the Christ? Whose son is he? And they said unto him, the son of David. And he said to them, how doth David in the Spirit call him Lord, saying, the Lord said unto my Lord, sit on thy right hand until I put thine enemies under thy feet. If David then called him Lord, how is he his son? So if the real Jesus was David's descendant and son, come back for them to be the Christ, would he be even doing this? No. Would he be asking them who his own father was? No. It's like you've got to look at it with logic in what his words are really telling you, and what is he doing? What's he trying to say to them? This is the big verse that started all this for me. It's like the Matthew 24:5 verse. It's like, for many will come in my name, is what that says, saying, I am the Christ, and they will lead many astray. Well, the word in, once this had just like sunk in me for some reason, I went and started looking at the Greek. The word in they have translated as in is epi. Well, as a former nurse, that right there tells me tons. It's like epi means on top of or superimposed. Like when you're in biology class and you're studying about the layers of the skin, your epidermis is your top layer. You know, it's like that term is always used to put something like layered on top of. So what he's actually saying is many will come in my name, they're going to layer on top of it, saying I'm the Christ, and they'll lead many astray. Now, a lot of people are going to argue with me that this is not the case, but it is, because the rest of the verses even prove this out even further. Just so y'all know, I take this very seriously going through these verses. I'm not doing this haphazardly or not looking real careful. I'm looking extremely careful because I don't want to be wrong. I don't want to stand before Father and the Son and say, oh, gee, I'm sorry. I want to make sure I'm doing it right. It's like when I really dug into these Greek words in this verse, it's like it says that many will come, and that word come is actually come before the public. And they're going to superimpose, literal meaning is superimpose, to my name, saying, speaking, calling, affirming, teaching, directing, pointing out with words to name me, saying, I am the Christ. If you look at that word, saying, it can have all those meanings when you look up the ancient Greek, that they're going to teach about it, they're going to direct it, they're going to point it out. It's not just they're going to say it. I mean, it can be just they're going to say it, but it has a lot more meaning than that. And then when I got down to the bottom, it's like the polis can mean, if you're dealing with a noun, it means a great many or a large amount. But if you're dealing with time, it can also mean for a long time. That many are going to go astray for a long time if he's dealing with time. So this could be even going on like over 2,000 years like it has been. So I think that's what the intent was. It's very scary, and when you think about there being over 2 billion believers out there calling themselves Christians after the word Christ, that's pretty significant and serious. And I hope if y'all understand what I'm saying, that if you have the ability to make other videos and to share this information or just share my video, that you will, because this is very important. Now I copied and pasted this so you can see the epi and the primary preposition properly meaning superimposition. So it's telling you right there that that's the primary meaning. Okay, and then this is the word to say, means to affirm over, to teach, to advise, to command, to direct, to point out with words, to call by name, to speak out, or to speak of, or to mention. So I look every one of these things up. I look them up in ancient Greek meaning. I look them up in the etymology. Then I also look them up in the Strong's, the Thayer Dictionary, and Bill Muntz's dictionary. So I'm not just taking this lightly, and a lot of times I'll keep searching even after that and go on further in the internet, look for research papers. This little word too, they do it as then or thereupon, but it actually is to in Greek, which means to, just like English. So it's very easy to miss that, but a lot of times you'll see them putting then or thereupon, and it's actually to. I just was going to point that out in case somebody is ever, because when you look it up in the conjunction, it'll say then or thereupon, but it can actually just mean a simple to. Like they'll superimpose to my name is what it basically means. Okay, like I told y'all before, I did some looking at the Latin in this bunch of things also, because sometimes you can see the nuance of a word in one language better than another, or you can tell what the meaning or intent was more by how it was translated from the Latin to the English. Well, when I was looking at this in the Latin Vulgate, a thing stands out to me was this decitus down here. It means to say, mention, speak, declare, state, affirm, calling or naming, referring to. And you can tell what the intent was when you look at how the Knox Bible, which is one of the older Bibles from the Latin Vulgate, was done, because it says, many will come making use of my name, and they will say, I am the Christ, and many will be deceived by it. So he's literally got it correct. The Dueling Rhymes is not bad, but it kind of loses a little bit of what is being said, because this word down here is actually a vocative case, which means it's a noun used to identify a thing being addressed. So they're going to be calling or naming him, saying he's the Christ, that I am the Christ. By the use of the word, we know the meaning should have been with the Knox Bible. I know that's complex, but you can sit and study this and look at it. I just did a screenshot and put this together so you could look at it all together. This was another Facebook crazy attempt of mine to try to jog people to think about what they're reading, because a lot of times, you know, I'm home, I have time to study, I'm disabled, I don't have to go to a job, so this is my job. What I do is study and try to share with y'all what I feel is being revealed to me. But many people are going through their life and they're having to work, feed the kids, do all this stuff. They don't have time to look at all this as clearly as some of us do. So I made this little cartoon and it said, they don't want you to hear me because you would know the truth and be free from this world. If you listen to only me, you'll know the truth. And that's true, because these are some of the things that he really tells us. The real truth is what I said from the beginning. I am from before the foundation of the world. I'm a one-of-a-kind begotten of the Father. That's a monogene. That's somebody that is not born of a woman, because they come from a monogene, a single gene. I was sent here to save you. I'm not Jewish or a descendant of anyone because I'm from the world above. How could he possibly be from any race or being here on earth if he tells you he's from above? I am the only way you get through that narrow gate to my Father's world. Everyone that came before me is a thief and a murderer. People in this world do not know me nor my Father. If they call me the Christ or say this or the Christ that, don't believe them, because I'm the Son of the Father in heaven, not Yahweh's boy. They'll superimpose on my name, the Christ, and deceive many. If Yahweh was my Father, I would have at least used his name once. And no, I'm not a movie actor, but I do have a man's face. Because to present himself to us, he had to present himself in a way that we could accept it. But I think this, if you really think about what all he's saying, because I've just compiled things that he said to us that tell us who he is. And no pastor's going to tell you that. They're not going to be honest and tell you, well, he said he was sent 38 times, but gee, he was born, wasn't he, to a woman? No, he wasn't. That's not what he told us. That's what the narrative tells us. But the words coming out of his mouth do not fit the narrative. I think one of the main things that we're to see out of all this is that Yahweh is not Jesus Bar Abba or the Son of the Father's Father. It's like this, the things he keeps showing us, he would tell us right now, help them see, Father, you are not Yahweh. Because it's like they just took and created this narrative thing around him, which is not him, okay? It's like, look at Matthew 15:30. Then large crowds came to him, bringing with them the lame, the blind, the crippled, the mute, and many others. They laid them at his feet, and he healed them. Look at Matthew 17:18. Then Jesus rebuked the demon, and it came out of him. The boy was healed from that moment. Okay, Matthew 19:2. Large crowds followed him, and he healed them there. Matthew 21:14. The blind and the lame came to him in the temple courts, and he healed them. There's a theme here of everybody that's sick or got a problem or needs help in any way. He's on it. He's helping. He's healing. He's doing. Okay, now look at the Old Testament scriptures about these same things. Leviticus 21:16, and we're going to read all the way down to 23. And Yahweh spoke to Moses, saying, Speak to Aaron, saying, No man of your offspring throughout their generations who has a defect is to draw near to bring the bread of his Elohim. For any man who has a defect is not to draw near, a man blind, or one lame, or disfigured, or disformed, a man who has a broken foot, a broken hand, is a hunchback, or a dwarf, or a man who has a defect in his eye, or eczema, or a scab, or is a eunuch. No man among the offspring of Aaron the priest who has a defect is to come near to bring an offering made by fire to Yahweh. He has a defect, he does not come near to bring the bread of his Elohim. He does eat the bread of his Elohim, both the most set apart and the set apart. Only he does not go near the veil or approach the slaughter place, because he has a defect, lest he profane my set apart place. For I am Yahweh who sets them apart. Okay, it's like, look at the difference. I mean, it's just staggering, totally staggering. And I think this is a lot of it, is he was doing things and showing things. He said, I do the works of my Father, and the works of the other that you're worshiping is not the same, is what he was trying to get across. His works were good. Okay, the next thing we need to consider is what happens to the name Jesus when the title Christ is added to the name. Something that never happened, actually, because in Jewish eschatology, the Messiah is the future Jewish king from the Davidic line, who is expected to be anointed with the holy oil and rule the Jewish people, and during the Messianic age and the world to come. The Messiah is often referred to as the King Messiah, or the Melech or Malach in Aramaic. Was Jesus crowned as a king, or was he tortured? That's basically what you got to ask yourself. He was tortured. He was not crowned. A pointy thing of thorns set on your head and you murdered is not being made the king. There's no way to make that into that. So, yes, when the anti-missionaries tell you that Jesus was not their Messiah, they're right. He wasn't. And we also see in John 6:15, what did Jesus do when he was afraid they were going to make him king? He never was made king. Then, knowing that they were about to come and seize him, that they might make him king, Jesus withdrew again to the mountain alone by himself. He didn't want this. So do you think he was the king of Israel? No, he wasn't. Did Jesus fit the typical Israel king description? No, he didn't. In fact, he actually tells us that they hated him in John 15:25. But this happened so that the word may be fulfilled, which is written in their law, not his. They hated me without a cause. And it's actually their law, because if you put it in translation, it's the law of these. And it's a plural. So he's basically telling us, no, I was not their king. They hated me. This one will be a shock to many people. Was it Jesus that sat on the throne? Nope. It was Herod and Pilate. Yes, Pontius Pilate. Most people don't even realize this, and I didn't for a long time. It's like, in the Old Testament, it tells us a king who sits on the throne of justice disperses all evil with his eyes. And then Psalms 9 tells us, but the Lord abides forever. He has established his throne for judgment, and he will judge the world in righteousness. He will execute judgment for the people with equity. And, the Old Testament talks about he sets up the kings and the rulers. Well, he does. Was Jesus ever set up as their king? No. But Pilate and Herod were. How do we know this? John 19:13. Therefore, when Pilate heard these words, he brought Jesus out and sat down on the judgment seat at the place called the Pavement, but in Hebrew it's Gabbatha. So he's telling us right there that Pilate had to be an anointed king of Israel because he was sitting on the judgment seat. And we've got this in Matthew 27:19. While he was sitting on the judgment seat, his wife sent him a message saying, have nothing to do with this righteous man, for last night I suffered greatly in a dream because of him. This judgment seat was for the kings of Israel. Herod and Pontius Pilate were both anointed kings of Israel. This is confirmed also in Acts 4:27. When it says, for of truth thy holy child Jesus, whom thou hast anointed, both Herod and Pontius Pilate with the Gentiles and the people of Israel were gathered together. Well, I did a mechanical look at that in Greek, and it says, for indeed in truth they conspired against the holy child, your Jesus. Herod and Pontius Pilate both being anointed with the nations and the people of Israel. Now you can go fact check that with me. I'll go toe and toe with you on the Greek on that, but it's telling you that Pilate and Herod were both anointed kings of Israel. This is backed up in the Papyrus 66, in fragment 3. If you go down there, it says Eusebius wrote about this, there are laws and that matter which Pilate, the king of the Jews, wrote of. So Eusebius is also telling us, who is one of the church fathers, that Pilate was a king of the Jews. So this backed up in a historical document also. I didn't read that whole document last because of time's sake, because we're already an hour in, but if you want to, you can pause it and read the whole document. We also are told in Luke 13:1, there were some present at that very time who told him about the Galileans whose blood Pilate had mingled with their sacrifices. So apparently Pilate was also some kind of priest because he was doing sacrifices. And we know that if he was mixing Galilean blood from Matthew 4:15, the land of Zebulun and the land of Naphtali, by way of the sea, beyond the Jordan, is the Galilee of the Gentiles. So he was mixing Gentile blood with the sacrifices of human beings. This is not so far-fetched either when you start searching through the history. Okay, on the right here, you see this little dude here? He is a high priest in a white robe. And he's wearing the little apex cap, okay? And if you watch my videos on the geography, you'll realize that the Romans are actually the Jews. They're the same. You see the caps, how similar in some of the pictures are? Okay. Some of these caps, this is recorded, and I've got the article here with the source so you can go look it up. But they're white caps worn by the Philemon, which is the priest, and this is the same word used in this Philemon Deus is the same word used in the Vulgate for the Jewish priest. is made of the skin of the white victim sacrificed to Jupiter, which we know is Yehovah, which is Yahweh in English. And it was fastened by means of an olive twig. But this is exactly the same. So they were actually sacrificing people using their white skin to make the white skull caps, and they still wear them today. Hopefully they're not made out of real human stuff today, but back then, according to this article, they were. And here are two more scriptures that clearly tell us that the Jews are the Romans. Okay, Luke 23:2. And they began to accuse him, saying, We found this fellow perverting the nation and forbidding to give tribute to Caesar, saying that he himself is a Christ, a king. Okay, what are they saying in that sentence? They're accusing him of perverting the nation because he wouldn't give tribute to Caesar. So who does that tell you Caesar is to them? Part of their nation. Okay. That's confirmed in John 19:15. But they cried out, away with him, crucify him. Pilate said unto them, Shall I crucify your king? The chief priest answered, We have no king but Caesar. And I have a theory about the word Caesar after doing a lot of research on it. I think that it's actually a title. And even Pilate and Herod, all of them may have been called Caesars at one point. But that I'm tabling for right now, because what's most important is that we realize who the real Jesus is. The rest of this can come in time with the other videos. But these two verses clearly tell you who the real Jews are. But nobody really recognizes it or sees it. It's like they read right over it. And I've shown here, I'm an artist in real life, or I was, until I started doing this, and I can see the facial features of the Romans in every one of them. But I did a lot of portraits, so. But just really, when you're reading, you got to just throw out everything you've been taught and read it for what is really there. We see the same thing again in Acts 25:6 through 12. It's like, after he stayed among them not more than 8 or 10 days, he went down to Caesarea, and the next day he took his seat on the tribunal and ordered Paul to be brought. Well, that tribunal word there, if you look at the literal, is the judgment seat. And when he arrived, the Jews who had come down from Jerusalem stood around him, bringing many serious charges against him that they could not prove. Paul argued, Neither against the law of the Jews, nor against the temple, nor against Caesar have I committed any offense. But Festus, wishing to do the Jews a favor, said to Paul, Do you wish to go up to Jerusalem and there be tried on these charges before me? But Paul said, I am standing before Caesar's judgment seat, where I ought to be tried. To the Jews I have done no wrong, as you yourself very well know. If then a wrongdoer and have committed anything for which I deserve to die, I do not seek to escape death. But if there is nothing to their charges against me, no one can give me up to them. I appeal to Caesar. Then Festus, when he had conferred with the council, answered, To Caesar you have appealed, to Caesar you will go. This whole story indicates that the judgment seat of Caesar is part of the Jewish system, just like I've already showed. It's like the Jews and the Romans are the same thing. And when I looked at the verse 10, in the literal it says, But Paul said, I'm standing before the judgment seat of Caesar, where I ought to be judged. I have not wronged the Jews, as you very well know. It's like he's doing exactly where he should be as a Jew, in front of the judgment seat of Caesar. is what it's saying. But we don't see that because we've not been taught that. We've just read right over it. Okay. Let's see. Probably gotta eat. We see this again in Acts 17. The uproar from the Jews was fear Jesus would be king instead of their king, Caesar. And this goes right back to that verse where in John 19:15, where the chief priest answered, "We have no king but Caesar." It's in the text that we have that the Jews are the Romans, but everybody reads right over it because we've never been taught that. But this is what it says in verse 5. But the Jews which believed not, moved with envy, took unto them certain lewd fellows of the baser sort, and gathered a company, and set all the city on an uproar, and assaulted the house of Jason, and assaulted the house, and sought to bring them out to the people. And when they found them not, they drew Jason and certain brethren unto the rulers of the city, crying, These that have turned the world upside down are come hither also. And then in verse 7, whom Jason hath received, these all do contrary to the decrees of Caesar, saying that there is another king, one Jesus. So they're actually worried that the Jesus is going to be king instead of Caesar, is what they're worried about. We've just been lied to, point blank. And I checked a lot of these in the actual Greek and Latin, and they're correct. This is what it's saying. And John tells us they'll put us out of the synagogues, yea, and the time cometh that whoever killeth you will think he's doing God's service. And this is true. It's going to happen. So, who killed the one sent? Okay. Matthew 23:34. Because of this, lo, I send you prophets and wise men and scribes, and of them ye will kill and crucify, and of them ye will scourge in your synagogues, and will pursue from city to city. He uses these pronouns. It's like your, their. He never uses my synagogue or my things. It's always placing it in ownership of them, not him. Okay, where was the sickness and all manner of diseases? Their synagogues. And Jesus went about Galilee teaching in their synagogues and preaching the gospel of the kingdom and healing all manner of sickness and all manner of disease among the people. So these people in the synagogues were sick. And again, he calls it their synagogues, not his. Where were the people with the devils and the demons? They were in their synagogues. Mark 1:39, and he preached in their synagogues throughout all Galilee and cast out devils. So these people were in their synagogues with devils and demons. The pronouns he used also indicate that he was not one of the Jews and that the law was not his. In John 8:17, it is also written in your law that the testimony of two men is true. John 10:34, Jesus answered them, Is it not written in your law? I said, Ye are gods. Luke 2:39, and when they had performed all the things according to the law of the Lord, that's not him, they returned to Galilee to their own city Nazareth. Okay, John 15:25, but this cometh to pass, that the word might be fulfilled that is written in their law, they hated me without a cause. So he's delineating that it's not his law, it's their laws. Now here's another Facebook meme of mine. The real Jesus was exposing the fake deity Yahweh without promoting him. It's like in John 5:49, he said, do not think I accuse you to the Father. Your accuser is Moses, the one that you trust. So you're trusting in the one that's going to accuse you of things. And what is that word for accuser? A categoros. And it's the one that's against the assembly, a complainer, a complainant at law, specifically Satan, the accuser. And you can see in the statues of Moses that they have him with horns on him, just like Satan. I've got Satan calling Yahweh. And he said, "Yep, boss, that is right. Jesus told them who I am." And he did. He basically told them who Moses was. And then I've got Yahweh answer back, "Yeah, I know, Moses. Now they know who I am also. Maybe they were not listening to him. You know how they are." Because most of the time they don't hear his words. Because in John 8:44 he said, "You are of your father the devil, and your will is to do your father's desire. He was a murderer from the beginning, and does not stand in the truth, because there's no truth in him. When he lies, he speaks out of his own character, for he is a liar and the father of lies." And if you go up further in that section, I didn't just take this out of context. He's talking to the Jews. It tells you he is. So it's like, it's all very simple what he's saying, but yet we've gotten this narrative to try to prevent us from knowing the truth. Y'all know from my other video that I think it's Paul that set this up, that created the one that's called the Christ. We can see this when he's using Justus, the friend of Paul, who is Jesus, and it's like Galatians 1:7-9, he says, "Not that there's another one." Oh, but there's no other one. "But there are some who trouble you and want to distort the gospel of Christ." See, he's using that Christ word, the one that Jesus is warning us about. "But even if we or an angel of heaven should preach to you a gospel contrary to the one we preach to you, let them be accursed. As we have said before, so now I say again, if anyone preaching to you a gospel contrary to the one you received, let him be accursed." So this doesn't sound like something, it's like the real Jesus didn't go around cursing people or telling people be accursed. And he also goes on, this alludes to the two Jesuses in 2 Corinthians 11:4 when he says, "For someone comes and proclaims another Jesus than the one we proclaimed, or if you receive a different spirit from the one you received, or if you accept a different gospel from the one you accepted, you put up with it readily enough." And we know, like in Romans 3:7, he talks about, "But if through my lie God's truth abounds to his glory, why am I being condemned as a sinner?" So he admits to being a liar. But it's like, I think that all this stuff with the Christ word came about through him. I think Paul created the Jesus Christ that was not the Lord Jesus. When you look at Acts 19, there's some hidden stuff, unless you're great at mincing words, because I never caught the fact that they were naming over those having evil spirits with the name of Lord Jesus and then forcing them to take an oath to the Jesus that Paul taught. It says in verse 13, "And certain of the wandering exorcist Jews took upon themselves to name over those having the evil spirits the name of Lord Jesus, saying, We adjure you or force you to take an oath by the Jesus whom Paul doth teach," or does preach. "And there were certain 7 sons of Sceva, or mind readers, that were a Jew chief priest, who were doing this thing. And the evil spirit answered them and said, Jesus I know, and Paul I am acquainted with, but who are ye?" So even the evil spirits knew who this was. And the man in whom the evil spirit leaped on them, mastered all of them and overpowered them, so that they fled out of the house naked and wounded. And this became known to all the residents of Ephesus, both the Jews and the Greeks, and fear fell upon them all, and the name of the Lord Jesus was exalted. Also many of those who were non-believers came confessing and divulging their practices. When I did a mechanical on verse 18, I got many of the believers came confessing and announcing the transactions or dealings that were going on. And verse 19, and a number of those who had practiced magic arts brought their books together and burned them in the sight of all, and they counted the value of them, and they came to 50,000 pieces of silver. So the word of the Lord continued to increase and prevail mightily. That's not what I got on a mechanical, and I'll show you in a second, but these capable of strange undertakings co-authored the Bibles day by day in front of fire, in the sight of all, and they voted on their prices and obtained 5 myriad of silver. So they were co-authoring books and selling them is what they were doing. They weren't burning books. I'll show you here in a second. Yeah, when I looked at this verse, I was like, what? Because I kept thinking, if they were burning books, how did that go along with the word of the Lord went out wonderfully? You know, it's like it didn't make sense. So I took and broke this down. And when I looked at the words, I'm like, this word came up, and I said, that's a co-author. So I threw in the translator to make sure I was right, and yeah, it was. It's a co-authors. They were writing Bibles by a burning fire. And it says, like, by way of a light. They had like a fire burning, so they weren't burning the books, they were writing the books. And then they voted together on what the price would be, and how much silver they were going to get, and they decided on 5 myriad of silver per book. So then you go on to verse 20, and it says, and the word of the Lord went out readily, because they were writing books is what they were doing. You can go analyze this, but I was surprised because I've always read that they were burning books. What I see from all this is the agenda was to get rid of one Jesus and reinstate another Jesus in its place. And you can see this in Acts 4. When you're reading, it's like, then Peter, filled with the Holy Ghost, said unto them, ye rulers of the people and elders of Israel, be it known unto you all, and to all the people of Israel, that by the name of Jesus Christ of Nazareth, whom you crucified, whom God raised from the dead, by him doth this man stand here before you whole. This is the stone that was set, not of you builders, which has become the head of the corner. Neither is there salvation in any other, for there is none other name under heaven given among men whereby you must be saved. See, they were promoting this name that Jesus tells us in Matthew 24:5 would be the deception. Okay, and you see this again in Paul's writings here in Philippians chapter 2, whereby also God did exalt him and gave him a name that is above every other name. And that name of Jesus, every knee may bow, and the heavenlies and the earthlies, and what are under the earth. Now, what does he mean by that? And every tongue may confess that Jesus Christ is the Lord, to the glory of God the Father. So they're pushing this name, the one that he warned about. And they're also having people take an oath to it, and he said, don't take any oaths. And it appears to work, because many of the believers came confessing and announcing These transactions are dealings and acts. So they started doing what Paul and Peter were telling them to do. And this verse in 1 John 2:22 really drives it home what they're doing, because they intentionally drop a word out of this verse to push the agenda, okay? Because we have, who is a liar but he that denieth that Jesus is the Christ? He is the Antichrist that denieth the Father and the Son. It's not what we have in the Greek. Okay, take my pointer so you can see what I'm talking about. All right, right here, you see this little word, looks like an O-U-K. It means no or not. And it goes right in between the word Jesus is not the Christ. Okay, so it should read that who is the falsifier or liar, if not the one that contradicts because Jesus is not the Christ? He is the Antichrist that is contradicting the Father and the Son. So it's basically telling you the opposite of what we've been taught. All because they dropped that one negator right there. And they did it on purpose. I'll show you. It's in almost every version. Okay, this is a photo I took out of my Interlinear Bible, the large print edition by J.P. Green, Sr., who was the translator. And I put a little pink box around the word not. Okay, over on this side, you see the King James Version. Who is the liar but he that denieth that Jesus is the Christ? He is the Antichrist that denieth the Father and the Son. Okay, when you come over here to the literal translation, the word not is there. Who is the liar except the one denying, saying that Jesus is not? See, he's added these words right here, and I almost goofed up. Because, see the ones in parentheses? They're not in the text. He's trying to justify this side with this side, but it doesn't justify. Because it should read, who is the liar except the one denying that Jesus is not the Christ? This is the Antichrist that denies the Father and the Son. They've added in, and you can even see it there in parentheses, one. They add words in and they take words out to do whatever they want. And if you look at this word, onk, it means the absolute negative, no or not. And this is an older book. This is not a new book. I would recommend everybody buy one of these because a lot of times I can see what they've done by looking at these two sides. You know. Because when you start trying to learn this, you're going to scratch your head and go, I can't go 2 verses without finding an error. Okay, this is the same verse in one of the oldest translations out there. It's the Codex Sinaiticus, and I gave the little source here. But they did the same thing again. There's the word, go to the English, and the word not is missing. And this is a screenshot. You can actually go read the actual manuscript on this too at this website. It's really interesting because if you want to know if something was there or not, you can tell. Okay, this one is 1 John 2:22 in the Vulgate Bible. Like I said, I'm backing all this up too with the Vulgate because it's one of the oldest manuscripts we have. But you can see, there it is, the word not, non in Latin is not. And it's right there, Jesus is not Christ. And when you look at the Old Knox Bible, They put it in there. They put it in there. They kind of ad-libbed a little bit on this part, which kind of is disappointing, but to whom do we give the lie, if not to him who tells us that Jesus is... See, they've even misconstrued it too, really. But they did put the not in there. They get kujos for that, but that's all, because it's still a lie, what they've said. It really makes me sick. Now here is just a sampling. See all the times it's there? It's in all of them. There was no excuse for dropping that word at all. But I just wanted, I would have taken 3 sheets, 3 cards to show you all, but it's in all of them. You can go look at Bible Hub on 1 John 2:22 in the Greek, and you can see it. It's just a big lie. They just dropped the word. The agenda is so thick that we can't even see things that are just right in front of us when we're looking at the text. It's like, how do we know that Jesus was not born of a woman, but was divine in nature from the Father? Okay? There's a verse in John 16:28 and 29. When Jesus spoke these words, the disciples finally understood what he had been trying to tell them all along. It says, I came forth from the Father and have come to the world, and I leave the world and go unto the Father. So he's talking about coming and going. So he's able to come and go here as he wants to. And when he said this, his disciples said to him, oh, now you're speaking plainly and not in figurative speech. They finally understood what he was trying to say. And he was literally telling them how he got here. He wasn't born. He just came, and he goes back to the Father the same way he came. Now, we have at least 100 times in the Gospels that Jesus calls us God his Father. And that was one of the things they wanted to kill him for. And we know that he existed before coming to earth by his own words. And only begotten in the Greek is a monogenes. And this is not simply begotten. It's an expression that's applied to all believers who have been begotten or born again by the Spirit. This unique expression is for a unique person, a one of a kind, the only begotten Son of the Father. The expression appears in several verses, John 1:14, 4:18, 3:16, 3:18, and it literally means the only generated one. This is a key expression for the doctrine of the eternal generation of the Son, meaning he always was the only begotten Son. The expression does not refer to the birth of Jesus in Bethlehem, because he was the Son from eternity past. And about 38 times he tells us that he was sent from the Father. And then he also told us that he was not of this world, that he was from the world above. And the oldest manuscripts refer to him as a theos, the only begotten theos, which means the divine or God. So we have a lot of reasons for understanding this, but there's so much narrative written around what he said that contradicts it, and is pushed in the churches and in all the doctrines, that people can't even see what he's saying. They don't even look at it. It's like they read right over it. And I did the same thing for a long time. It's like from the time we're little, we're told, Christmas is Jesus' birth, and Mary and Joseph and the manger and all that. And it's like, that does not match what he's telling us. Here's another little meme I made for Facebook, and I just put them in here because they were things that would pop in my head. But we have 2 different Jesus. We have one that was sent and one that was born. I think this would be kind of what he would be thinking right now. It's like, wow, over 2,000 years and they still don't get it. They're still setting up nativities. Do they think that sent means born? Because like John 17:18, and as you sent me into the world, so I have sent them into the world. Well, if he came in the same way he sent us, that's just a regular send, like you would send a friend over to Joe's place to pick you up, whatever, It's like the verbiage he was using, it tells us what really happened and how he got here. He even said, like in John 3:31, he that comes from above is above all, and he that is of the earth is earthly and speaks of the earth. He that comes from heaven is above all. It's like we have to just really concentrate on what he's saying to us. When he says he was sent here the same way he sends us out into the world to help people understand the gospel, that's just a regular sending of a person. So he was sent by the Father just like he sends us. If he was right here right now, he would say, ask yourself, am I greater than John? And what does that say about how I came about? Was I born of a woman? With the statements he made, like Matthew 11:11. Amen, or truly, I say to you, there hath not risen among them that are born of woman a greater than John the Baptist. Yet he that is lesser in the kingdom of heaven is greater than he. So what he's saying right there, his statement is telling you that he was not born of a woman, because if he was, he wouldn't be in the kingdom of heaven, and he wouldn't be, greater than John the Baptist. And then when we see in John 17:8, he's telling us, for the words which you gave to me, I have given to them, and they received and truly knew that I came out from beside you, and they believed that you sent me. So if you're hearing him and not all the other people speaking that tried to interject a narrative, you will see what he's trying to say to us. It's like, I was beside the Father, I came here because I was sent, not born. I know this is confusing because, we've been told, that he was born of the Virgin Mary, blah, blah, and that's the big thing the Catholic Church pushes, and everybody, has bought into it hook, line, and sinker, but it was a narrative for the other Jesus, not the real one, to me. Now, that's the way I'm reading this. And there's just more and more proof of that the more I go along. So you have to decide for yourself what you believe, but I'm showing you proof of his words, telling you where he came from, how he got here, and what his mission was and why he came. Okay, John 17:8, we just covered this. It's like the words which you gave me, I have given to them, and they received and truly knew that I came out from beside you, and they believed that you sent me. Now when you go on down to verse 25, righteous Father, indeed, the world did not know you, but I knew you, and these have known that you sent me. And I made known to them your name, and will make it known, that the love which you loved me may be in them, and I in them. So he's saying that, the world did not know the Father at all. And who's he talking to? He's talking to the Jewish people. He never used the word Yahweh. He never, revealed that name to anybody. And when you think about it, he'd be sitting there going, I departed from you, the Father. I was sent. The world did not know you, Father. I made known your name. Ask yourself, where did he come from? Where is he telling us he came from? I guess is a better way of saying it. It's like, what he says, is what's the most important. And when he said that he came out from, it's like the point from which he departed was the Father, not a woman. You know, I know this, everybody's going, oh my gosh, she's throwing away the virgin birth. There were two Jesuses. The one called the Christ was born of Mary. And that's kind of a weird thing too, because it's like, supposedly by the story, she was overshadowed by Yahweh. What does overshadowed mean? Did he rape her? What happened? How did a regular woman end up having, the son of a God? I don't think so. I think that he was sent from the Father. He's always existed, and he was sent just like he said he was. I went over this real carefully. Like in Luke 2:43, we have, and when they had fulfilled the days, as they returned, the child Jesus tarried behind in Jerusalem, and Joseph and his mother knew not. And they've got of it, which they just added that on. Okay, so I thought, well, what's going on in this sentence? So I sat and analyzed every word, and this is what I got. And the days were over or finished with them, and they returned then the boy, slave or servant, Jesus, in Jerusalem. And he did not know Joseph and his mother. Okay, so it's really strange. Why would he not know them? It's like, I looked at these words, and this is a pais. It's a P-A-I-S in Greek. And it means a boy is often beaten with impunity, or a girl or a child, specifically a slave or a servant, especially a minister to a king or an eminence to God, a child, a maid, a servant. So that's not really like their child. They're talking of him in the context of being a slave. And when you look at this word, know, they did not know him. That means they didn't know or understand about him at all. So apparently, and it's kind of like that story, I was thinking about it, and I'm like, okay, if you were on a caravan leaving out from a big festival, and your child, how long would it take you not to realize your child was not with y'all? It would not take you, a couple of days to figure this out. It would be like, oh, where's the baby? Where's the kid? No matter how old they are, you would still be, if there's a big crowd, you're going to be watching your child to make sure that your child is with you. But then they go back and they're calling him like he's a servant for them. So that's, it's really strange. And, when they find him, he said something about, didn't you know I'd be about my father's business? It's like, well, yeah. I mean, his real father was not Joseph. He was hanging with these people, but he didn't know who they were. And I don't think they really understood who he was either. And I checked this, I threw it into Bing, and it said, not knowing Joseph and his mother. It's like it's the same thing. It's like there's no other way to really read that. And I was about to pull my hair out. I'm like, what the heck? There's a whole lot of stuff in Luke about Mary and Joseph meeting too, and about a souvenir and where they met. And they actually met at the Parthenon. I don't think it was a virgin. I think they were meeting there. And it's Miriam, not Mary, which would have been Herod's wife that Joseph was meeting. There's a lot of stuff I could cover on this, but we're like an hour and 38 minutes into this already, so I'm not going to go through all of it. Maybe at another video, another date, but they really pulled a number on all this. I want to take a few minutes and kind of look at these verses on the what he said about being sent, because I think this is real important. I know that comment about those born of woman was specifically for us to understand that, hey, I was not born of a woman, you know. And now my dog's going to move around. I'm sorry, guys. There's just no containing her. She's a wild thing. But it's like in Luke 4:18, he says, "The Spirit of the Lord is upon me, because He has anointed me to proclaim the good news to the poor. He has sent me to proclaim liberty to the captives, and recovery of sight to the blind, and liberty to those who are oppressed." So he's on a mission, but he's still saying he was sent. Because I realize it's like most of the stuff that tells us about who he is and his character and how he got here and all that is in John, but some of it isn't. Some of it's in the other three Gospels also. Luke 4:43, but he said to them, "I must preach the good news of the kingdom of God to the other towns as well, for I was sent for this purpose." So again, he's telling us this was his purpose. He was sent to preach this good news to everybody. He was sent to set the captives free now, to give sight to the blind and liberty to those that are oppressed. Luke 9:48, and he said to them, "Whoever receives this child in my name receives me, and whoever receives me receives him who sent me. For he who is the least among you is the one who is great." So again, he's talking about the one that sent him. You know, it's like it's a constant theme, and the 38 times he says he was sent. Luke 10:16, "The one who hears you hears me, and the one who rejects you rejects me, and the one who rejects me rejects him who sent me." So he's talking again about being sent. Mark 9:37, "Whoever receives one such child in my name receives me, and whoever receives me receives not me, but him who sent me." Mark 10:40, "Whoever receives you receives me, and whoever receives me receives him who sent me." Now, if he was just straight out born here, wouldn't he say that? Or why would he continue to go on with the narrative that he was sent? The Gospel of John has a lot more about who he was and what he was doing here and his relationship with the Father than the other three books do. To me, they're more of what he did, why he was here, like the parables and some of the stories and stuff. But John, to me, has a special feel to it, and it's showing more of who he really was in relationship to the Father, how he got here, how much he loves us, and what he's planning on doing for us, and that kind of thing. So we're going to look at these verses too. John 5:23, "That all may honor the Son just as they honor the Father. Whoever does not honor the Son does not honor the Father who sent him." So he's specifically telling us who sent him in this verse, and it's the Father. In John 5:24, he says, "Truly, truly, I say to you, whoever hears my word and believes him who sent me has eternal life. He does not come into judgment and has passed from death to life." That's a pretty big statement. But again, he's talking about being sent. John 5:30, "I can do nothing on my own. As I hear, I judge, and my judgment is just, because I seek not my own will, but the will of him who sent me." And John 5:36, "But the testimony I have that is greater than that of John, for the works the Father has given me to accomplish, the very works that I am doing, bear witness about me that the Father has sent me." Because the works he did were totally different than Yahweh's. They were like healing, giving sight to the blind, making the deaf where they could hear, raising the dead, you know, just major stuff. I mean, like I said, so much so that the crowds were literally trampling themselves to get at him. John 5:37, and the Father who sent me, he has himself borne witness about me. His voice you've never heard, and his form you have never seen. So this could not possibly be Yahweh from the Old Testament, because they saw him and heard him. John 5:38, and you do not have his word abiding in you, for you do not believe the one he has sent. Because he knew if they really knew who he was, they would know who the one was that sent him. John 7:16, so Jesus answered them, my teaching is not mine, but his who sent me. In John 7:18, the one who speaks on his own authority speaks of his own glory, but the one who seeks the glory of him who sent him is true, and in him there is no falsehood. So he's basically given us some clues as to who the real Jesus was. John 7:28, so Jesus proclaimed as he taught in the temple, you know me and you know where I'm from, but I have not come of my own accord. He who sent me is true, and him you do not know. So again, he's talking about being sent, and he's telling the Jews that they don't know the Father that he's from. And I don't think they really do, and I don't think they ever have. We're going to look at some more here in John 7:29. I know him, for I came from him, and he sent me. So he's directly saying, he's not beating around the bush about how he got here. John 7:33, Jesus said, I will be with you a little longer, and then I am going to him who sent me. John 8:16, yet even if I judge, my judgment is true, for it is not I alone who judge, but I and the Father who sent me. John 8:18, I am the one who bears witness about myself. The Father who sent me bears witness about me. John 8:26, I have much to say about you and much to judge, but he who sent me is true, and I declare to the world what I have heard from him. So he's given direct stuff that he has heard from him. That's not a baby that was born of a woman. It's like that is Father's son, and he's telling us the things that he heard from him. John 8:29, and he who sent me is with me. He has not left me alone, for I always do the things that are pleasing to him. John 8:42, Jesus said to them, if God were your Father, you would love me, for I came from God, and I am here. I came not of my own accord, but he sent me. Now, don't you think, if he sent me to be born here so I could be with you, he would have said that if that's the way it happened. But that's not, and he's doing this over and over. It's not like it's just one time. John 9:4, we must work the works of him who sent me while it is day. Night is coming when no one can work. And this is a real interesting one in John 9:7. And he said to him, go wash in the pool of Siloam. Well, what that word means is the one sent, or sent. So he went and washed and came back seeing. So he could see the truth once he washed, not only visually in the physical world, but spiritually he was seeing. John 10:36. Do you say of him whom the Father consecrated and sent into the world, you are blaspheming because I said I am the Son of God? John 11:42. I knew that you always hear me, but I said this on account of the people standing around, that they might believe that you sent me. John 12:44. And Jesus cried out and said, Whoever believes in me believes not in me, but in him who sent me. So it's like over and over and over, this is the same theme we have of him making a point of saying he was sent. And not just a little point, he made a big point of it. I'm going to look at a few more of these, like John 12:45. Whoever sees me sees him who sent me. John 12:49. For I have not spoken on my own authority, but the Father who sent me has himself given me a command, what to say and what to speak. John 13:16. Truly, truly, I say to you, a servant is not greater than his master, nor a messenger greater than the one who sent him. John 13:20. Truly, truly, I say to you, whoever receives the one I send receives me, and whoever receives me receives the one who sent me. And it's just over and over and over. John 14:24. Whoever does not love me does not keep my words, and the word that you hear is not mine, but the Father who sent me. John 15:21. But all these things they will do to you on account of my name, because they do not know him who sent me. John 16:5. But now I am going to him who sent me, and none of you ask me, where are you going? John 17:8. For I have given them the words that you gave me, and they have received them, and have come to know the truth, that I came from you, and they believed that you sent me. So the ones that really knew him were believing the truth that he was sent. John 17:18. As you sent me into the world, so I have sent them into the world. John 17:21. That they may all be one, just as you, Father, are in me and I in you, that they may also be in us, so that the world may believe that you have sent me. John 17:23. I in them and you in me, and they have become perfectly one, so that the world may know that you sent me and loved them, even as you loved me. John 17:25. O righteous Father, even though the world does not know you, so everybody in the world doesn't know him, I know you, and these know that you have sent me. So there was a group of people that understood what he was saying. They knew that he was sent, and that he had come from the Father, but the rest of the world didn't understand. John 20:21. Jesus said to them, Peace be with you. As the Father has sent me, even so I am sending you. So you can see, this was a lot to read over all of these, but it just wanted to show the sheer number of times that the word he sent me was said. And there was not one word about he sent me to be born of a woman so I could be a baby and grow up here and be your demigod. That was never said. Not by him. Now, the narrative tells you that, but his exact words, and this is where you have to kind of separate out the New Testament and look at it like a true crime whodunit novel, that's actually true. Not a novel. Novel would be fiction, but it's like you have to really start in your mind, start looking at it this way, like, okay, what did he say compared to what they're telling us? And then you can see the truth. Something I'm not sure anybody else has noticed, but once I started seeing all this and the two different narratives, like what Jesus actually said versus what the little narrative that was written around his words, is that we got two different worlds, and we've got everything Yahweh's creating coming up out of the earth, and the stuff coming from Father is born from above. Like Genesis 2:7, And Yahweh Elohim formed Adam out of the dust of the ground and breathed into his nostrils the breath of life, and Adam became a living soul. Well, he actually was made from the earth. Then Genesis 2:19, and out of the ground the Yahweh Elohim formed every beast of the field and every fowl of the air, and brought them unto Adam to see what he would call them. And whatsoever Adam called every living creature, that the name thereof. That was the name of them. But it's like, it's over and over and over. Well, when you go to Revelation, it's like, I beheld another beast coming out of the earth. And he had two horns like a lamb, and spoke like a dragon. And he exercises all the power of the first beast before him, and caused the earth and them which dwell therein to worship the first beast, whose deadly wound was healed. Okay, well, the only person in the entire text that is described as a dragon is Yahweh in 2 Samuel 22, and I think it's Psalms 18. You can go back and read that, but it's like, in everything that Yahweh creates comes out of the earth. It's very interesting. 1 Samuel 28:12, and then I saw Samuel, she cried out with a loud voice, and the woman spoke to Sheol, saying, Why have you deceived me? You yourself are Sheol. And the sovereign said to her, Do not be afraid. What did you see? And the woman said to Saul, I saw a spirit coming out of the earth. And he said to her, What is his form? And she said, An old man is coming up, and he's covered with a mantle. And Saul knew that it was Samuel. And he bowed his face to the ground and did obelisk, like he was worshiping him. Now, when we compare Revelation 13:11 to these scenarios to John 3:3, Jesus is telling us, truly, truly, I say to you, unless one is born, and they've got again, but the word actually is anoten, which means from above or a higher place, he cannot see the kingdom of God. So he's saying that things are born from above, and then there's things born from the earth. So to see the Father and the Son, who are not from this world, they're from a world above, we have to be born from above. And I'm not sure why they did it again. It can mean again, but it's like a lesser definition of the word. Here's another one of my little crazy Facebook memes. When I was going through trying to organize all this and think about every little point, it was like all these little images come to mind. So I just started making memes and throwing them on Facebook to make people think. But it's like we have Abba, which is our father. Then we have Bar Abba, which means son of the Father. And like father is like son. They're the same. Okay, and I have him saying here, it's like Jesus saying, it's amazing. I told him I learned, from you, Father, and that I do what I see you do, but they still think I'm from down below, not from above in heaven. But they even think I'm Yahweh's son, not your son. How can that be? And it's like this little narrative that was written around things, construes things to try to make him match up to the Old Testament deity, but he doesn't. It's like it doesn't stack right. And I was saying, keep showing them, son, and some of them will know the truth and realize that you and I are one, that they're exactly the same. And we look at John 5:19 and 20, it's like, so Jesus answered them, I tell you the solemn truth, the Son can do nothing on his own initiative, but only what he sees the Father doing. For whatever the Father does, the Son does likewise. For the Father loves the Son and shows him everything he does. and will show him greater deeds than these, so that you may be amazed. It's like trying to let you see the Father and the Son, that they're the same. And in John 10:25, he said, Jesus answered them and said, I told you, and ye believed not. The works I do in my Father's name, they bear witness of me. It's like you have to look at what are the works he was doing. He was healing. He was getting the deaf where they could hear, raising people from the dead, preaching to love one another. And then you compare that to the Old Testament, and it's just like there's no comparison. It's like Yahweh says somewhere in Exodus, it's like, is a person not blind or deaf, and did I not do it? It's like he's doing all the opposite things that Jesus Bar was doing in the New Testament. This is just more illustrations of the differences here between the above world and the lower world. Okay, you've got, like, this is Yahweh's world down here, and all of it belongs to him. It's like a enclosed encampment or something. Then you have Father's world up here. Then it's like this little gate to get through, and the person that guards that gate is actually, Jesus Bar Abba. And he tells us this in so many ways when he's speaking. It's like he said, John 3:13, no one has ascended into heaven except he who descended from heaven, the Son of Man. And that the one sent from the Father in heaven speaks of the words of God. He said in John 3:34, for he whom God hath sent speaks the words of God, for God giveth not the Spirit by measure. And I find it real interesting. It's like, it used to bother me. It's like, because this statement down here by Yahweh in Proverbs 34 is like a mocking of us. It's like, he said, who has ascended to heaven and come down? Who has gathered the wind in his fist? Who has wrapped up the earth in a garment? Who has established all the ends of the earth? What is his name, and what is his son's name? Surely you know. It's kind of like making fun of us, like, you're not going to know, haha, I never really quite understood why it was like that until I realized about Yahweh. I touched on this in the last video, and I think this is key important to understanding what happened. It's like, there's no way Jesus, as Bar Abba, the Son of the Father, can be Yahweh's son or related to him, because his kingdom is from above and not of this world. And when you look at the text and you divide it out, it's like Yahweh stuff falls down here, and Jesus and the Father falls in a world that's above this one. Because he said, like in John 18:36, he answered them, he said, my kingdom is not of this world. If my kingdom were of this world, then my servants would fight, that I wouldn't be delivered to the Jews. But now my kingdom is not from here. And it's like, he's even saying who he's going to be delivered over to. And why would he be delivered over to them if they're worshiping his Father? See, that makes no sense. Matthew 7:21, not everyone who says to me, Lord, Lord, will enter the kingdom of heaven, but the one that does the will of my Father who is in heaven. So if you're doing the will of a deity that's controlling this earth and not in heaven, in a world above, then that's not the same Father. Okay, because he said, like in Psalms 24:1, a psalm by David, the earth is Yahweh's, with its fullness, the world and those who dwell therein. Job 41:11, who has first given to me that I should repay him? Everything under the heavens is mine. He's making that distinction. So, okay, this is Yahweh's world down here. Exodus 19:5. Now therefore, if you will indeed obey my voice and keep my covenant, then you shall be a special treasure to me above all people, for all the earth is mine. And who took Jesus up on a high mountain and offered him all the earth? That had to be Yahweh, because everything down here is his. This is going to fly in the face of a lot of people, but this is what the actual words say. Like in that Matthew 24:5, for many will come superimposing on my name, saying, I am the Christ, and they will lead many astray. And this is the narrative we have pushed, is be a Christ follower, Christ-like. If Christian means to be Christ-like, and the deception is calling Jesus the Christ, think about the implications of that. How many billions of people does this involve? Over what span of time? It's on everything. No matter where you look, anything to do with Jesus has to do with the word Christ. Even though this statement in Matthew 24:5, every pamphlet, everything we look at, I mean, and it's affected us. It's like it's programming. And even the movies and stuff are broadcasting and programming you. They're spellcasting on you to get you to believe the narrative, even though the words do not match. This is something that I noticed after I started seeing all this. Look at this. It's all been changed to Christ. Everything. This is a church track for how to be saved. And look at the verses. This is interesting too. It's like you rarely see anything that Jesus himself said. Most of it is all Paul. But this is like, here's your main point verses. Be a new creature. That's 2 Corinthians. No condemnation. Romans. Salvation. 2 Timothy. Redeemed. Ephesians. Spiritual blessings. Ephesians. Everything on here except for maybe one verse all goes to Paul. They don't go to Jesus' words. They can't, because when they do, it would tear it apart. When I looked at Matthew 24:23, it says, if anyone may say to you, lo, here is the Christ, or here ye may not believe. And they take this to mean like, if you see him here, you see him there, don't believe it. But it's not really what the intent of the words say. Because when I did a mechanical translation of this, then if anyone says to you, see, or find out, or behold in this manner, thus as it is, what is here is the Christ, thus do not believe. And it's a lot more intense, because this word for say or speak means to affirm over, to teach, to exhort or advise, to command or direct, to point out with words the intent, to call by name, or to name somebody, or to speak out or speak of or mention. So he's definitely saying, if they start calling me the Christ and saying, believe that he's the Christ, this and that, don't believe it. I looked up each and every word. I looked at ancient meanings. Like this one, the Odie means in this manner, or this state of condition. It's like, Jesus is the Christ. I mean, you hear it all the time. It's like even the lexicon, the Odie word, it's like, so to hear, it's like what is here is the Christ. It's like, the things here, what's going on here is that he's the Christ is what it means. As it is or as it follows, and this is the narrative. It's like seeing and savoring Jesus Christ, knowing Jesus Christ. They even use the same words in these advertised things, for these sermons and stuff. And they're doing exactly what he said, don't believe this. But we do because of the conditioning. We haven't really looked at these words real carefully. It's like, he said that then at that time, if or in case a certain one or anyone or someone says to you or calls by name or to call or speak or mention, to see or behold, what is here is the Christ, or in this manner, don't believe him, is what he's saying. It's like whether they're pointing out that he's here, for real, or whether they're just saying that he is the Christ is what he means. And that is so hard to see because we have been so conditioned. When I first started seeing this, I was like, oh, this cannot be true. It cannot be true. And it's like, but the more I looked and looked and looked at it, it was like, there's just no way around it. I mean, it is true. This is like your proof in the pudding right here to me. It's like we've got the trial where Jesus is, and they're asking him if he is the Christ in all these verses. And I just put them here. You can read all of them if you want to. But we have 6 times in here that it's mentioned where he's questioned, are you the Christ? And he always says, you have said so. That's a denial. When you say that, and if you go look at the modern versions, it's like they're moving further and further away from that original translation of, well, you're saying I am. It's like you're saying it. He was reflecting back on the person, on Pilate asking the question. And we have one time in Mark 14:62 where they've got it translated, I am, but they drop the negating particle. It actually says, I am not. So out of the, we got 5 times he's denying it, and at one time he says, oh, I am. No, they just messed that verse up. But this is, to me, this is like, yeah, this is confirming that between that and him rebuking people when they called him that, commanding people not to call him that, and then saying that's the main deception, I mean, that's a lot of proof that he did not want to be called the Christ, and he was not the Christ. And I put the one time there. This is the breakdown of that verse so that you could see. See, they left this blank, the DE word, and they'll put it in as but or an or something like that. But it's actually a negating particle. That's its function. It functions with indicative verbs to as a no or not. But it just, I even put it in the translators and the AI picks up on it. There's just no way around it. And if you go look at the website I gave y'all on this, I'm going to show you that later. They've changed this since I did that last video. And they did it right after I changed the video. And I have proof that it's been changed because they didn't know I had done screenshots. So it's crazy. It's like, this is a massive deception. And I think that a lot of people know it, and they're still hiding it. This is exactly how massive the DE deception is. If you throw it in almost any AI translator, you're going to get no or not. And even if you look at that one on the left, Google, it's been reviewed by the contributors, which means this has been stamped as correct. So it's like, I just don't understand why the scholars won't look at this, but they won't. I've tried to contact several of them. Also, I guess it's money. That's all I can figure out is it's money. But it's like you can put these partial sentences, like if you throw the whole sentence in a translator on Google or Bing or most of these, you're going to get spit out the King James Version because that's what they've given the AI. Now, if you take part of the verse and put it in there, you'll get a more accurate reading because it's not been geared to acknowledge that that is, like, say, Luke 2 or whatever you're putting in there. But it's really amazing. And the only reason I was using these is when you're learning, a lot of times you're going, well, now what? That don't look right. And so I'd go throw it in there just to see what the AI said it meant. And a lot of times I've learned a whole lot because if you just put like a single word or a part of a verse, it'll spit you out some stuff that you can go research and it's like, oh wow, they really are trying to deceive us. It just you don't realize it. Um, it's amazing. But I just wanted to show y'all this because you know these are screenshots and you won't see this from anybody else. I guarantee you. And I analyzed this next verse, verse 6, and it also has that negating particle in it. It probably should have read, you will not hear of wars or rumors of wars. You will not see alarm, for anyone born will be blinded, but the end is not yet. So it's kind of like he's saying that you're not gonna know this is happening, but it's gonna be happening. People will be blinded from the birth almost, and it's gonna happen over and over and over, but it's not the end yet. I mean, it's kind of weird. It's like, because they did it as ye shall hear of wars and rumors of wars, and see that ye not be troubled, for all these things must come to pass, but the end is not yet. And see, they add these words in here. They add stuff to make it sound like they want it to sound. But what he's saying is this is going to be happening, and nobody's going to realize it. There won't be any alarm about it or anything, because nobody understands. Now, when we get to Matthew 24:7, this is when we start seeing the against or superimposing nation against nation, because it's when you read it, it's the same word epi that he used for superimposing on my name. Okay, it's the same word. So what it literally reads in 7 is, for nation superimposes nation, and kingship superimposes kingship, and there are famines and plagues and earthquakes in places. So it's not really against, its superimposition because it's the word epi, E-P-I. But it's real interesting that he goes from there's not going to be any wars when it first starts to now there's wars or superimposing nation against nation. I spent a lot of time on verse 8 in Matthew 24 because we have all these are the beginning of sorrows. Okay, when you look at the Greek here, it's like all, but these all begin Odin. It's kind of what it says, but it's Odinon, Odeon. And I cannot find anything on Odeon. They've got it as Odin in the Strongs. And I looked at Odin a lot just to see what all would come up with Odin. And in the Hebrew, it means the pain of childbirth, travail, pain, birth pangs, intolerable anguish, in reference to dire calamities preceding an event of the Messiah. And Odin's also a god that was known during the first century because it goes all the way back to 2 BC. So this is a very interesting verse to analyze. I'm going to show you what the Latin has also, because I think it pretty much clears things up a little bit. But I think that it means like the beginning of like a deception or wars, one of the two, because Odin was the god of war. Everything was about war, even trickery and all that was in there, deceit. Okay, here's what the Latin Vulgate had. They have dolorum, which is deceptions, deceits, or frauds. And what I got on a mechanical from the Latin was, however, all this begins or initiates are deceptions and deceits. And you can see down here, it's from the word dolus, but it's plural, and it means deceptions, deceits, frauds, treacheries, traps, like it would not be a good thing, period. But there is one more possibility, and I'm going to show you that. Okay, I found this craziness when I looked up Odin for today, and what's going on with Odin today is CRISPR kits that you can order to change your DNA. So go figure that. But I don't know if that's would play into this or not, but I'm just going to share because I found it. It's genetic engineering kits that you can order. So it could possibly even play a part in this if he's talking about today, which I think this is. And I'll explain that too. Okay, this is why I say that it could possibly even be the Odin kits, because they missed something here in Matthew 24, verse 22. Now I'm jumping ahead here just to show you this, so you don't think I've lost my mind when I went to the Odin kits. Okay, there's a word in here. It's Strong's 3588 that they just dropped out, and I did some research and looked into that. I was like, why did they just leave that blank? Well, it's AI, okay, and they said that it had no English equivalent when they translated it, so they didn't know what it meant, so they just left it blank. Well, when you read this verse, it says that unless the days were cut short, not even any flesh, but on account of the chosen, the flesh, those days would be cut short. Well, right before the days is the AI days. So I think he was referring to the AI that we're dealing with today. So that's pretty amazing. It's like you cannot make this up. It's like, that's just unreal. And I'll show you further along in here, there's even more that plays into what we're dealing with today. So either there's a dual meaning for first century and today, or else he was just strictly talking about today. But he knew we wouldn't see this until now, if that makes sense. This is just a little bit further breakdown for y'all, because when I really went into the mechanical translation and looked at each word, it said, and except the AI days are trinicated or are mutilated, there would be no intact flesh be saved. But because or for the sake of the chosen ones, the AI days are mutilated or trinicated. And when I looked at this word for flesh, it actually means the natural or physical origin, or born of a natural generation. So that's real interesting too. But I thought it was real interesting that these terms like trinicated and stuff are in there. It's like, that's computer terms. I was just going to show you this also. This is the Codex Sinaiticus, and you can go to this online and look up any verse. If you click on the little words over here, it will take you directly to the word in the actual manuscript. So you can see where it was originally written. This is one of the oldest manuscripts we have that's complete and intact. And I was going to show you the AI word was even in these oldest manuscripts, which is very interesting. But I do think that it's like anybody that doubts that, that Jesus perhaps was real, I don't think you can. Because the stuff he said and the things he did, he knew exactly what was coming down the pike. Yeah, I thought to myself, if the AI thing is in Matthew 24, it's probably in other places, and it is. Okay, so here's a verse in Luke that really is crazy when you look at it and actually analyze the Greek. It's like we have in the English, for behold, the days are coming in which they shall say, Blessed are the barren, and the wombs that never bare, and the paps which never gave suck. Okay, I never take any more to what they have as being the actual words that are there, because there's just too much that's mistranslated. So I went through and I looked at this real carefully, and I'm like, Makara, and it was like I was trying to figure out, well, what does that really mean there? You know, it's like it's 3107, and they have it up here as something totally different than what I got, because when you go look for the word, it actually was the daughter of Hades. Okay, then you've got the AI, and I think they have that as the. Yeah, it's up here, right here. They have it as the. Okay, it's in there twice, so we look for it again, 3588, and I don't think they even show the second one. No, I don't see it. Okay. But when I went through word by word, and what I do is I go and I look at the etymology, I throw it in 4 different translators to see what they come up with, and then I sit there and look and try to see what tense it is, if it's a pronoun, like is it first, second, or third person, things like that, and I look to see which ones are the verbs, which ones are the nouns, which is the subject of the sentence, just all the things you look at when you're looking at things, you know, a sentence. Then I go through and I fill these little things in. Y'all, I'm explaining how I do this so that you'll kind of know. All right. Then I take it down here to a mechanical translation and see what I've got when I get done. If it doesn't make sense, I go back and I look at it all again. Sometimes I'll spend an entire day on one verse. Well, when I looked at this one, I got behold, or look, since the days are coming in which one will betroth Ai, and Macaria, which is the daughter of Hades, the sterile and the lower region, Ai, which are not born and don't have breasts to give suck. So what he's talking about here, when you actually translate the AI into modern terms, it would mean that people are going to marry AI robots. And they're sterile, they're from the lower region, they're not born, and they don't have breasts that'll give suck. I thought, wow. Because when I looked at this word one, okay, let's go up here and I'll show you. All right, they've got in which. Okay, I don't think that was, I think that was one word. One, because a lot of the translators picked up on it as one word, as being one. And then this word is betrothed. It's Urison in Hebrew, which means betrothal. And you'll see a mix of the languages too, and you can notice that in the Strong's, because you'll look down at the word. When you look at the bottom of the Strong's, like an eSword, it'll tell you the words of foreign origin, like it's from a different language. And that kind of gives me a clue as to where it's coming from. Then I'll look at that word in English, I'll look at it in the Hebrew sound, and see if it makes a different word than what it makes. This is very complex what I'm doing with these verses. But I thought, well, this is actually happening right now to us. It's like we have articles I love her. I see her as a real woman. Meet a man who married an artificial intelligent hologram. I mean, it's just insane. It's totally insane. But I think that he was given us a future event, and this is toward the end time stuff. You know, and I looked up this micro. It can mean blessed, which they have it as blessed. You know, in this one up here, it says blessed there. They're translating it as blessed, but when I looked at it, they said they weren't sure where that came from. I'm like, okay, why are they not sure where that came from? You know, and then I figured out it had to do with the name, which was actually the daughter of Hades. Here's more. This one, state of the sex bot market, the world's best sex robot and AI sex doll companies. So they're selling these women that are actually robots for men to have pleasure with. Okay, and then this is first post. AI groom, U.S. woman creates AI bot, marries it and starts family, calls him the perfect husband. So this is already happening to us. Here's another one from Times Now. Man marries AI chat box in virtual wedding after falling in love, exchanges AI generated rings at the ceremony. Viral vibe. It's like they're talking about a 63-year-old U.S. Air Force veteran who divorced in the 2000s and has married an AI chatbot named Andrea with the aid of a replica app. So he married a chat box with an app. It's just nuts. And this is just not obsolete, obscure little articles. This hits mainstream like Bloomberg. We'll be marrying AI robots in no time. Send it or not, we're more alike than you think. It's like they're pushing it even. So this is going to become the trend. And these will be sterile just like that verse. They won't have breasts that'll give milk, and they won't have a womb that'll give them a baby, and they'll just be like a sex bot. Okay, I found this also in Luke 21:27. What we have in the English is, then they will see the Son of Man coming in a cloud with power and great glory. Okay, when you take this verse and you start individually looking at each word, I found that this word in Strong's didn't match. It literally means they are baked. And then when you get down here to this word here, this is actually Nephilim for cloud. And then you have meta, which is like your meta cloud. This word right here came out to be military force when you look at it in the dictionary. And doxa can be a manifestation of a deity. You know how when you're reading in the New Testament or in the Old Testament and something appears to them and it's like they fall on their face out of fear? That's because doxa literally can mean a manifestation of a deity or something manifesting to them. So what I got actually, when you look at the mechanical translation in the modern language, and then they are baked with the Son of Man coming in the meta cloud by military force as a manifestation of a deity. So this fits a whole lot with the AI stuff. And this is real broken English. This is where I'm just breaking things down and looking at them. So, you know, and the word two wasn't in there, but it just says many. And I don't think it's many deities because that was singular. So you can see right there that that's a noun and it's singular. So the many, I think should have been too many. But this is where I'm looking at things really in depth. But it totally fits what we're seeing today, the AI Jesus on the internet and all this junk. It's horrible. Okay, this is the word I got for baked. And I think it's absolutely wrong because the word that's actually there is absenta is not aura. Okay, see the difference in the spelling? I mean, it is horrendous. I mean, this is OPSONTAI versus ORAO. And when I pulled it up in lingo, it come out they are baked. And I think that was just an absolute mistake there to me. I mean, I'm looking at this stuff with fresh eyes, and if you disagree with me, that's fine, but I'm going to show it like I think it is, and I'm going to show you what I'm finding. I dig really hard on this stuff. It's not like I'm half stepping on it. I'm checking every word. Okay, gonna look at this word doxis here, which I have put down as a manifestation of a deity, and I'm going to tell you why. Doxa can be an expectation, an opinion, a judgment, a belief, glory, honor, magnificence, praise, splendor, like the Shanika, uh, theophany. And theophany actually is a manifestation of a deity to a person. Well, we see this word used a lot in the New Testament, and you'll hear them say that they fall on their face out of fear, they get upset. None of these other words really fit. Like if it was just a glory or glowing or expectation or belief, they wouldn't get that emotional about it. So I tend to think it would be like a Shanika or a theophany occurrence. And you'll see it here like in the Gospel of Luke 2:9. It says Doxa Kyrion Paralampsin Atus. Well, the glory of the Lord shone around about them. So it's like they were seeing something. It's like a manifestation. It wasn't just that they were having like a glow or there's a lot more to it than that, I think. But that's why I chose that I thought it was a manifestation of a deity. Okay, I went back and I re-looked at this other word too, because my first gut instinct was military force for the manifestation of a deity. But when I got to thinking about what we're dealing with AI. It's like the mathematical power would make more sense because it's like many of the image processing methods, they rely on a basic mathematical techniques of histograms, equalization, probability, statistics, discrete cosine transforms, Fourier transforms, differential equations, integrations, matrix, and algebra. A lot goes into what we see on these screens. And I think that the manifestation would probably be a computerized manifestation. So this would fit more with a mathematical power or a matrix type of power. But this stuff is very deep that I'm looking at. I hope y'all are understanding what I'm trying to show you here. I think there's like a deeper meaning to a lot of these verses than what we've even seen at all. And I think that we can do a whole lot of educating ourselves for what we're facing when we look at the when we go in and look and do the word studies down deep. Like this stuff is stuff I'm pulling from ancient Greek and multiple dictionaries. When you look it up, this came off of Wiki, but when you look it up at the bottom, you'll see they have little numbers and you can go look at the references. Well, this was pulled from tons of different resources, not just one. And you can actually see where it came from and then decide if you want to accept it or trust it or whatever. There's a lot involved in all this. I hope this helps me showing y'all what I'm doing and how I'm doing it, because and the time factor it takes to do these things, because I know many of y'all want me to hurry up and get these things out, and it takes a lot of time. I'm including things from other books to show you that it's like this is why that Christ word doesn't fit. It's like, and this is the narrative they were pushing and why they did some of these changes they did to push this narrative. This is a major push verse right here. This is John 1, 10, and 11. Okay, when you look at 10, it's talking about the world. In the world he was, and the world through him was made, and the world did not know him. So 3 times the world is mentioned. Okay, then you come down to this next verse, and it says he came unto his own, and his own received him not. This is a major deception right here. And most people will never see it. They don't understand. Okay? When you look at this word here for his own, that they've got translated as his own, okay, it's you've got to look at the context because it's reflecting back on the statement before. Okay, if it was his own, it should read, he came to the Jews, and the Jews were made by him, and the Jews did not know him. Because this word will reflect back on this verse. Okay? And what they did was, see, when you throw it in the AI translator, it picks up on it. To the same he came, and they themselves did not receive him. Because it knows that this is a reflective word, and it should go back to, to the central context of the thing, okay? It should have read, to them the same he came, and these same received him not. Because it reflects back to the world, not to one group of people. And this is how we can tell. It's like the contents matters. We can't see the whole thing without the context. It's like, okay, it's like you could look at parts of an elephant and say, oh, that's a spear. Oh, it must be a snake. No, it's a tree trunk. No, it's a rope back here. It's a wall right here. And it's a fan up here with the ears. It's like it's crazy. If you look at the whole picture, we know it's an elephant. Okay, well, this is our elephant here. It's like the true light that enlightens everyone, okay? The words are important, was coming into the world. He was in the world was made through him, and the world didn't know him. Okay, then we got the verse that I was telling you about. To them the same he came, and these same received him not. Who did he come to? The world, everybody. Okay, now the rest of this even confirms that. But as many as received him, he gave the right to become God's children to those who believed in his name, who were born not of blood, nor of the will of the flesh, nor of the will of man, but of God. This born not of blood means race, DNA. It had nothing to do with this whole thing John is trying to tell you right here has been totally misconstrued. Because he was trying to say it doesn't matter what race you're from. If you're part of the world here, he came for you. That's how bad it is, people. That is just how bad it is. This is just another one of my Facebook memes that I sent out. But if you want to copy any of this or share this video, please do. Because this is billions of people that are affected. Billions. It's one human race. It's not them and us, or they and them. It's like, it's one human race. Father loves everybody. The Son loves everybody. Here's another place in John 7:27. However, we know where this man comes from, but when the Christ comes, no one will know where he comes from. And Jesus therefore cried out at the temple teaching and said, You both know me and know where I am from. I have not come of myself, but he who sent me is true, whom you do not know. So he's saying right there, you don't know my Father. I know him because I am from him, and he sent me. And they sought therefore to take him, but no one laid a hand on him because his hour hadn't come yet. But of the multitude many believed in him. They said, When the Christ comes, he won't do more signs than those which this man has done, will he? So they are admitting right here he was not the Christ too, even in the text. This was another meme I sent out. This is how they did it. Here's another verse. They were asking who Jesus' father was, not where he was. Look at the answer he gives. The context answers how it should have been translated, because he told them that they didn't know him nor his father. Okay. When you look down here, okay, they've got it as where is thy father? But look at his answer. It's like it should have been who, not where, because he answers, you know neither me nor my Father. If you knew me, you would know my Father also. If it should have been where is your Father, then he would have said, oh, he's up in heaven. You know, like he did in other statements. The answer doesn't reflect the question that's being asked. But we read right over it. We don't see it. But this is what they do, because this word, this pronoun, apo, can mean that, who, whom, which, or where. So they just chose this one. In that way, you're not questioning that they didn't know who his father was, but they didn't know. Because if they'd have put, who is your father, then they can't claim that Yahweh's the Father in the Old Testament. This is how the whole narrative has been carried out. It's just a little sleight of hand with words to do it. One thing people don't understand is that everything, I mean all these different religions that came before Jesus Barabbas was here, are fake. The world is just full of fake deities. It took me 63 years to realize all of this, and studying world religion for 14 years. It's like John 10:8, he tells us, all who came before me are thieves and robbers, but the sheep did not listen to them. And then in John 17:25, O righteous Father, even though the world does not know you, I know you, and these know that you have sent me. Okay? Judaism, it is just another one of the fake pagan religions. That's all it is. It's for 1% of the world, just like people over in the Eastern cultures have theirs. You know, people in South America have theirs. You know, it's the Norse have their gods. You know, the Africans have their gods. It's like, these are all fakes. And that's what he was trying to tell us. It's like, the true, real Father of everybody in the world is in a world above this one. He's not in this world. So what does all this mean? He's saying everybody that came before him was a fake, was not real. Okay? What did he claim to be a god? I mean, that's what a lot of people want to know is, was he really a god or not? Well, if you were sitting there in front of the oldest manuscripts, yes, he did. It's like in John 1:18, no one has seen God at any time. the only begotten God or divine, who is in the bosom of the Father, he has made him known. So the oldest manuscripts we have, if you look right here, see that thing that looks like that's a T and a C there? It's like, that's a Nomosaicum, and it means Theos. That's TH, it's the initials for Theos, which means God or divine. And so the original older manuscripts have him as divine. And when we look at John 5:18, this was why the Jews were seeking all the more to kill him, because not only was he breaking the Sabbath, but he was even calling God his own Father, making himself equal with God. That's pretty much succinct. All these videos trying to make him into just a prophet and everything, that is for your so-called chosen ones, Noahide laws that are coming down the pike. That if you worship him, you will be deemed an idol worshiper and you will be decapitated. I mean, that's point blank what that agenda is for. But you cannot be a monogene from the Father in heaven and be a human at the same time. I'm sorry, the two words just would not work. It does not mean the same thing. That's why there are actually two Jesuses. There's the one that was Jesus Christ and the one that was Jesus Bar Abba. And Bar Abba means son of the Father. So don't let that word freak you out, because it's his real name. We can see this about him being Theos, but it's very difficult with the changes they've made from the manuscript to the English. This is an example I'm going to show you here. Okay, it's like, and if you're doing the will of the Father, it's like, I wanted to point out John 7:17. It's like, he tells us what'll happen. It's like, if anyone is willing to do his will, he will know the teaching, whether it is of God or whether I speak from myself. Okay? Well, in John 9:32, when he's opened the blind man's eyes and he's standing before the chief priests and stuff, there's a statement said there, since the world began, was it not heard that any man opened the eyes of one that was born blind? That any man opened the eyes. Okay? Well, when you get down to 33, we have in the English, if this man were not of God, he could do nothing. Well, when you read that, in your mind, you're thinking that Jesus is a man, because the word man is in there. Okay, when you look at the Greek, the word man is not there. What it should have read, if this were not of God, he could do nothing. It's like they put these little subtle changes in there to try to control your mind and what you're thinking. And I think all this was intentional. But I just wanted to bring that up. Okay, Matthew 24:9. Then shall they deliver you up to be afflicted, and they shall kill you, and ye shall be hated for all the nations for my name's sake. Okay, this verse has some weird futuristic stuff in it too. Because when I looked at these words here, it's like this one was para. Actually, when you pull over here, if you break it apart into two words, this is like the prefix and the actual word. It means it will be put or given to you or unto you, the tribulation. Okay, when I looked this word up in ancient Greek, it was a medical term also, which is obsolete. It means compression, especially constriction of the vessels by an external cause. And it shall kill you, and you are hated. Let me go down here where I've already done this. And you are hated by all the nations by means of my name. So these two things are going to be happening simultaneously. So it could actually read this up here, but it also could be futuristic as to what we're dealing with right now. I think this is important to cover here too, since we're talking about the name, because sadly, for many long years among the Hebrew-speaking Jewish people, Yeshua has been known as Yeshu, and this would be the actual spelling, I think, for Jesus in Hebrew, which is an acronym for a curse. It means, may his name and memory be obliterated. And here's the source for that. It comes from oneforisrael.org. And the Jewish experts on these Noahide law things that are coming out say that Christians can't be Noahides unless they deny Jesus. And I don't know if people are aware of it or not, but in all 50 states, they have marked an educational day, and they've been signed into laws for the Noahide laws. And I think this goes right along with John 16:2, where it says, and they will put you out of the synagogues. Indeed, the hour is coming when whoever kills you will think he's offering service to God. And this is a capital punishment by decapitation. You can go to Tanakh Talk and just put in Noahide laws, and there'll be several videos come up. They talk about it. They're expecting everybody in the world, not just one country, in the world, it's been passed in lots of countries, to go along with this. And one of the main things is no idolatry, and they consider the worship of Jesus, or considering Jesus to be a deity, to be idolatry, punishable by decapitation. Just to be aware. Also, I think we have to strongly consider these medications being given out right now, because that falls into this also. And just be aware, Matthew 7:20, thus you will recognize them by their fruits. I'm just going to let you read this card. You'll recognize most of the names. I wanted you to be able to see this because this is the actual fruit of what's happening right now. You can read this card. Just know that it represents only less than 1% of the actual numbers. So there's your fruit. Verse 10 is pretty much what they have. And then shall many be offended, and shall betray one another, and shall hate one another. When I did a mechanical, this word here, it comes from the word we get scandal from. It can mean to snare, stumble, cause offense, properly a snare, something that causes you to trip up, mess up. So what I did on a mechanical, and then many are scandalized or put in a snare and deliver one another, and they hate one another. It's pretty much straightforward what it says, but that's interesting too. Verse 11, and many false prophets shall arise and shall deceive many. I didn't get anything different on that one. I got exactly what they got. So it's pretty straightforward too. Verse 12, they having because of iniquity shall abound, the love of many shall wax cold. Okay, when I looked at this word right here, and it actually, anomia, it's like it can be a lack of law and order or anarchy, like things going crazy, kind of like we see with the riots and stuff. it'll blow cold, and the love and affection of many will blow cold. So it's like they're going to not be like cold-minded, not caring about each other. But that's interesting because of this lawlessness. We always think of like the law in the Old Testament, but the way it just kind of hit me in the face was, oh, they're talking about law and order in society, maybe, or anarchy. Well, they say that's really not a definition of anarchy, but what we think of as anarchy, because it's kind of taken on a new meaning in modern times. Anarchy is just lack of government, totally, but it's like, to us it means riots and stuff, because that's what we hear the news say all the time. Verse 13, I got a little bit of difference. But he that shall endure unto the end, the same shall be saved, is what we have. And what I got is, these shall not remain in the end, on account of these he saves. And this kind of, when you compare it to Luke 21, verses 17 through 19, it kind of, because it says, but there shall not be a hair on your head perish. In your patience possess ye your souls. So I think maybe this is why he saves us, is because of all these things going on, according to this verse. I also looked at Mark 13:13, and they've got, and ye shall be hated of all men for my name's sake, but he that shall endure unto the end, the same shall be saved. And what I got was, and you are hated by all for my name, they will not remain in the end, on account of this he saves. So I got pretty much the same thing I got on the Matthew verse. Matthew 24:14 is interesting too. They got, in this gospel of the kingdom shall be preached in all the world for a witness unto the nations, and then shall the end come. Okay, I got, and this, the good news, and this can also be good angel too, when you look at the, your angelos can be, EU is good, and angels is messenger or angels. So this can be, and this, the good news or the good angel, is declared in all the kingdoms of the world upon martyrdom everywhere by ethnicity, and then comes the end. So it's going to have to do with racial ethnicity, which is strange, and martyrdom. And that's something that's never been picked up on there, because when you look at that word, it's like, where is it? Martyrdom, right there. It's literally martyrdom. I mean, everywhere I checked it, that's what it said. And that's kind of what's happened over time, if you think about it. It's like, more people have been killed in the name of Christianity than anything else. And the wars that have been over it have been unreal. So that made me think a lot, this verse. Matthew 24:15 is interesting, because they've got, when ye therefore shall see the abomination of desolation spoken of by Daniel the prophet stand in the holy place, whosoever readeth, let him understand. And that's in parentheses. I don't even know if that is in there. I probably should have went back and checked that, but what I got just straightforward from the Greek interlineary was, when you therefore see the litany of verbal attacks, invective criticism of the desolation, saying that through Daniel the prophet, these are now in the holy place, recognize the meaning. And I'm not sure on this word, because one place says it causes horror or abomination, another says it's a violent verbal attack or strong criticism. So it could be either or, and we do have a lot of criticism about whether the real people are in Israel or not, where we have it denoted. Y'all know my viewpoint on the geography, but this could fall with what we're seeing happen right now because people are arguing that the real people aren't in the right place and all this stuff. So I guess we'll see on this one, but some of these verses I didn't spend as much time on. When I find something that was new and unusual, I spent more time on them. But I did look at each word to kind of make sure it said what they say that it says. When I looked at verse 15 in the Latin Vulgate, it was very interesting because I started seeing things that I was like thinking about, and I was like, it's really weird because like this word come, it means with in Latin, but also is a vulgar word for semen in English, and then you're talking about an abomination, and this verdertis, I think is how you say it. It can be video. It's just one of its main forms is video. Okay, so I was looking at all of this and I'm going, this is weird. And dicta is a law, refers to a comment or a suggestion made by a judge or somebody important. So let's look at what I have when I put this all together, because this is just like a sheet for me studying. I went and looked at the Matthew 24:15 in the Latin Vulgate because I didn't just get that much out of it. It didn't just like come off the page telling me this, that, and the other. And I thought, well, maybe the Latin will give me more or something. And when I looked at it, I was like, this is really weird because it's like, looking at all these words, I looked at the meanings. Like Daniel means God is my judge. Prophet means one who speaks for or interprets the will of God. Standing or remaining in a place that's sacred. And then the word that can mean video, and the abomination, and then the desolations. So this is what I got when I put all those meanings together. With video abomination, which desolates, one who speaks for God, suggests God is my judge, standing in the holy place, who understands the true or truth. Okay, and I kept thinking about, well, what could that have been? And there was so much centered around the Catholic Church and the child abuse that was happening, the cover-ups and everything. And Benedict come to my mind because when he stood up and was talking about all this, reflecting on it, he said, quite soon I will find myself before the final judge of my life. He even wrote, even though as I look back on my long life, I can have great reason for fear and trembling. See, he knows he messed up. I am nonetheless of good cheer, for I trust firmly that the Lord is not only the just judge, but also the friend and brother who himself has already suffered for my shortcomings. So he thinks he's going to be exonerated, even though he let all this go and didn't do anything about it. And I found this little cute cartoon when I was looking up stuff about him. It said, I have never tried to cover up child abuse reports, which I'm pretty sure he did. And the little priest behind him says, excuse me, Pope Benedict, but your tail is showing, and his tail's sticking out of his robe. But he's always just reeked of evil to me. But I'm not sure where this leads. Now, I do know in 70 AD, I think there's like a dual thing, like some of this happened before, and it's happening again. But it's like Paul dragging the people in the temple that weren't supposed to be in there to do the sacrifices. That was considered an abomination also. So it actually happened, and that's recorded in Acts. And that they were accusing him. He was never anything done about it, but it's pretty interesting. But anyway, we'll see. People may find they see something different in this, and I'm not quite sure what it means yet. But when I found something unusual, and I'm just sharing this, I didn't really have to put this in the video, but when I looked at the Latin, it was like, ooh, that's weird, this is weird, so I just shared it with you. Okay, this is real interesting. We're finally to Matthew 24:16. I'm sorry, I didn't want anybody to say that I'd taken all this out of context this time. So I'm showing you all my research. So it's quite a bit, and there's still a lot to go. What we have in English is then let them which be in Judea flee into the mountains, okay? Well, when I looked at it, one of the first things you notice here is this is O-R-E, Ori, and when you go to Strong's, you've got O-R-O-S, Oros, okay? Well, Ori, when I kept putting it in things and looking it up, it kept coming up light, and I'm like, oh, that's weird, it doesn't come up mountains, all right? So I thought, well, what's wrong with this here? And when I looked it up in the Hebrew, it literally means light there too. Okay, so I said, well, let's look at all the other words. Then these in the Judea leave or seek safety by flight upon the Ori. And I thought, well, upon the light, what does that mean? So I thought, well, let's Google this and see if there's anything currently about an Ori that has to do with Israel. And then up pops this thing. It's a relocation to and from Israel devoted to growing your business and whatever. It's like, it's one of Israel's leading relocation and global human resources company, managed and led by Israel Furman, who's been operating it since 1994. So it's a way they get to Israel and all. And the fugo literally means to flee away or to seek safety by flight. So it's their way to get to Israel. It's like how they arrange everything. So I thought that was real interesting. So this would match 70 AD. This would match today. Okay, I made this slide just to show y'all how nuts things get sometimes when you're looking. Okay, this is the King James Version with the Strong's numbers and all, and it says, this is verse 17, let him which is on the housetop not come down to take anything out of his house. Okay, well, right off the bat, let him, when you're looking at an Omicron, like this right here, you can see it right there. It's the first word. And this next one is epi, which is upon, the, and this is domus, not, go or go down. Okay, well, when you look at the word, the first word, it's totally messed up already. It's like, because this means the, that, he, she, it, they, who, which, that. It's like, none of those match let him. It's like, I don't even know where they came up with that. But I'm just showing y'all how insane it is when you start looking at these verses. I talked to somebody else that had been learning Greek, and they were like, yeah, no, you can't go but maybe one or two verses, and then you find a total mess. I said, that's what I keep coming into, and it's real frustrating. Okay, so let's see what I did find here. He, upon or on top of the domitus or dome, does not descend or raise up a certain one from this house, his, and it made no sense. I'm like, something's still missing here. I'm not sure what it is. And I looked up what the domus is and all that stuff. It can be a house. It can be a dome. And it was occupied by the upper class and the wealthy freedmen during the Republican and Imperial eras in the major cities. So this was a common type of house. And Domito could literally mean beloved. It could be a name, you know. So now we'll just go further along and look at the next slide, and I'll show you what I came up with once I kept digging on it. I spent almost a whole day on this verse. Okay, this word right here, I kept getting A-R-A-I, Ari, in all the translators. I'm like, what does that mean? So I started looking at the etymology. Well, Ari was a word back in ancient Greece for female spirits or demons of curses who were summoned forth from the underworld, and they were indistinguishable from the Ervies, however you say that. But it can also mean curse or curses. And immediately my mind popped into this thing about on the top of St. Peter's Basilica, there's this big round thing, and it says, "I'll give the keys of the kingdom of heaven." Near the top of the dome, another smaller circular inscription, "To the glory of St. Peter, Sixtus V Pope, in the year 1590, in the 5th year of the Pontificate." And I thought, this is so weird that he's talking about curses and the top of a dome. So I went and reanalyzed this again, and this is what I came up with. The one on top of the dome, do not go down. The one from this house is cursed. And I think that's what he was talking about, because the other makes no sense at all. Nothing else that I came up with makes sense. And it's like, I don't know if they didn't understand the sentence or what the deal was, why they did this, but this does not fit to me at all. But you can go through and look these words up yourself, and I put the web address here where I found that RA, and it's used in some other verses too. I'm going to have to look at that now that I found this. But I hope y'all are enjoying seeing how I do this and what I find. Okay, verse 18. They took out the "and" here. See how that number's in brackets? They just took it out and put "neither." And I guess they got that from the negating particle, in. Any, I can't pronounce that right. I'm sorry. My pronunciation is so bad I need to work on that. But, so what they got was, "Neither let him which is in the field return back to take his clothes." Okay, I'm like, okay, how did they come up with that? I looked, there's that same word again about the curses or taking. You know, it can mean either take or curse. According to them, it means taking, but I couldn't get that on anything. So, can mean, though, to lift off or remove. Okay, so what I got when I analyzed it was, "And the one in the field does not turn back, they curse his garment." And if you use theirs, it would be, "They take his garment." But to me, this showed no major significance yet, except that maybe the Shroud of Turin, you know, because since I figured out that everything happened in Italy and Spain and that area, it's like, it makes sense that that Shroud of Turin would be in that area. And it could actually be some kind of real garment from back then. I think it probably is. That'll probably shock people that I do, but I think it probably is. Okay, verse 19. "And woe unto them that are with child, and to them that give suck in those days." Okay, and what I got on this verse was, "Calamity of those you have in the womb, and those breastfeeding, these in those days." And that's just pretty straightforward. It's pretty similar to what they got, so there wasn't really anything there different to say about it. In Matthew 24:20 is pretty straightforward. It says, "They had the English, but pray ye that your flight be not in the winter, neither on the Sabbath day." And what I got is, "And pray that your exile or flight not come to pass in storms, winter, or a tempest, not upon the Sabbath or the day of Saturn." So it was pretty close to the same. Now in verse 21, it says, "For then there will be great tribulation, such as never been since the beginning of the world until now, no, and never will be." And I got essentially the same thing. The word tribulation can also mean majorly pressure, oppression, or affliction. So there's not really anything totally different on that one. Now, verse 22 we already covered. That's about the AI, so I'm not going to go back over that one again. I just put it here so you can see. I took it out of order when I was talking about the Odin. And then we got again this warning about the Christ thing. It's like in verse 23 it says, "Then if someone or a certain one says to you, what is here is the Christ, or as follows, do not believe." So he's warning again. And I think this was not about him, about seeing the Christ in a certain place or here or there. I think it was about the actual word that people telling you that he's the Christ. And that's my take on it. In Matthew 24:24, this is what we have in the English. "For there shall arise false Christs and false prophets, and shall show great signs and wonders, insomuch that if it were possible, they shall deceive the very elect." Okay, when I started looking at this, I was blown out of the water. It's like, because there was so much there. It's like, the first one's like, "There will arise for false followers of Christ." And that is far. That word there, right there, gar in Greek, it means far. And false prophets, and to give a sign, a marks, and it can also be a vaccine point. And the next word is big, so that would go in front of that. And monsters. Terras means monster, and then terata means monsters, plural. So that you are delusional, if possible, even the chosen. Okay, that's just a lot there. Okay, I'm going to explain how I come with this vaccine point, because there are a lot of meanings for this Cimarron word. There are multiple meanings for that. So we're going to look at that one closer. I started working on this with Will I, one of the guys that talks a lot in the chat on the Discord channel. And I was curious because all the translators kept coming up with point. And I'm like, why is it coming up point if it's mark or sign? Because I check each and every word. I throw it in about 4 or 5 translators and just look to see what I get. Well, when I looked it up on Wiki here, and I gave all 3, this is the links that you follow to find this. Okay, the primary definition is a mark, sign, token, or indication. It can be a tomb. It can be a sign from the gods or an omen. It can be a sign or a signal to a thing made by flags, a standard or a flag, a body of troops, a signet, a device, a watchword, a war cry, a birthmark, a distinguishing feature, proof, a sign that's used as a probable argument in proof of a discussion, and down here under geometry was a point. It can be in medicine, it can be a symptom, a skin eruption. In the plural, it can be shorthand symbols, critical marks, mathematical points, a point of time, or a unit. That's a lot of definitions. But this caught my eye because the translators kept coming up point. Okay, this is how I do this. It's like you click on the first thing and you come up with this, okay? Then you click the next one and it takes you to this one. Then I clicked the ancient Greek, and you go to the ancient Greek. Okay, and when I go to the ancient Greek is when I got all these various things. I mean, this is a process looking at this stuff. So when I clicked on that point, it come back to this one, and I'm looking at this medicine, obsolete. It's an old term for a vaccine point. And historically, it was a pointed piece of quill or bone covered at one end with a vaccine matter they used before syringes. That's just amazing to me that that could even be in there. I mean, the resources we have to look at this stuff is amazing. And since everybody's been so worried that the vaccine could possibly be the mark of the beast, I thought, well, and this keeps coming up point, let's see what that is. So that's where I came up with that. And the next thing that freaked me out was you've got this pseudo Christoi, and it kept coming back as a follower of Christ, Christian, that kind of, and I thought, what the heck, it's not coming back Christ. Well, when I put the whole word in there, several translators come back Christian, and so I broke it. It's a compound word, so I broke it in two. And pseudo, when you look it up, a pseudonym is has its origins in Greek words, and it means bearing a false name. Greek speakers formed their words by combining pseudo, meaning false, with the word name. So it's like a pseudonym is a false name. But the actual word literally means false. So you could take the green part here, the prefix, and it'll come back false. And it'll show up in a search too on Wiki. And both of them, the etymology and as a prefix, it both meant false. And I thought, well, why is this coming back Christian then? Because everybody says it's plural for Christ. It's not. There's not. I don't even think there is a plural for Christ. Christ is, it's like. So I started searching that out even further. And it was correct. It meant Christian or follower of Christ as recorded by Emperor Julian. We have that recorded so you can actually go see where he recorded it, and that's what he was calling Christians, was that word. So that's probably why the AI picked up on it as Christians. Pretty interesting. I thought to myself, well, I need further confirmation than that. That's not enough, just one listing. So I found it real fast. When you go to the Bible commentaries, Robertson's word pictures in the New Testament, it's the same word he used for Christians as anointed ones. And then I thought, well, let's go look at the Latin Vulgate and make sure. So I go to the Latin Vulgate, and it has Christi. Okay, well, I'll look up what does Christi in Latin mean? Follower of Christ. So this word pseudo Christi literally means false followers of Christ, not false Christ, like we have it as a plural, a bunch of little mini Christ coming. And they have it in several places in the Latin Vulgate and in the Greek. So it's like Matthew 24:24. It should have been false followers of Christ, and same thing for Mark 13:22 and 1 John 2:18. So we've got a messed up book, really. I mean, where it's amazing we know anything. And when you go look at the baby names, it'll tell you it means Christian too, or follower of Christ. So if you name your child, your boy or girl, Christy, you're naming them as a follower of Christ. And that was several, I mean, there was a ton of them. And then here's where Vitastar came up with false Christians. Okay, this will pretty much flip everybody out. Actually, the Christos comes out to 666. So that's probably one of the reasons he was warning about it. And it was used in the Catholic Church. And a lot of their things also come to, like, a lot of the words that they have for different things come to 666 also, like a ton of them. But here's the math on all of it. I'm no expert in gematria by a long shot. I don't fool with it. But I do know that this symbol right here is actually a Christogram, I think, for the word Christos. Like the actual lettering in the scriptures actually comes out to be Christos in a nomia secum like they use for the initials. But that's pretty scary. Here's some of the manuscripts I put in here with the 666 from Revelation. And like this is, I think this is one of the oldest ones we have. And it has 616, but you can still see, I think, that flips from the Greek Orthodox to the Hellenistic Greek. Is the only difference, really. But it's basically a Christogram, is what it is for the word Christ. Because they took, what they do to make those Namaseka, they take the initials, the first and last, or in this case, the first, middle, and last, to make an actual Christogram Namasecum of the word Christ. So the 666 is probably Christ. Here is what they stamp on the communion bread, and that literally means Jesus Christ conquers. And they were on almost every painting of him. The sign and seal of the X, the first letter Chi is X, and that's your CH sound, like Christ begins the word Christ. Was used many monograms for symbols for Christ. Literally, I think, could be the mark of the beast that was referred to in Revelation 13. The early church fathers attested to the use of this sign of the cross and that it's seal or mark of Christianity. Okay. Tertullian in 250 said, "In all our travels and movements, in all our comings and goings, in putting on our shoes, at the bath, at the table, in lighting our candles, or laying down, or sitting down, whereupon employment occupies us, we mark our foreheads with the sign of the cross." And then Saint Cyril of Jerusalem in 386, "Let us not be ashamed to confess the crucified, be the cross our seal, made with boldness, with our fingers and our brow, and everything over the bread we eat, and the cup we drink, in our comings and our goings, before our sleep, when we lie down, and when we awaken, when we are traveling, and when we are at rest." And that was in the Catechism number 13. And gradually the sign of the cross was incorporated into different acts of the Mass. The threefold sign of the forehead and the lips and the heart. Ash Wednesday, putting the ashes on. And what else? That's basically it. It's like a shortened version of it, the Chi. And here I added some references. This mark literally did involve buying and selling, which I didn't realize until, I guess, about a year ago. And I was still looking into this, so I wasn't sure. So I haven't shown it to anybody, but in Jameson Faust Brown Bible Commentary, the mark, the name, the Greek mark, sealing of the saints on the forehead, not a visible mark, but a symbolic allegiance. So the sign of the cross in popery, the Pope's edict has often shut out excommunicates from social and commercial intercourse. It's like they couldn't do anything unless they had that mark, or they were active in the church getting the mark. Clark's commentary on the Bible, and that no man might buy or sell unless he had the mark. If any observes Bishop Newton, dissent from the stated and authorized forms of Christianity, they're condemned and excommunicated as heretics, and in consequence of that are no longer suffered to buy or sell. I'm not going to read the whole thing, but you get the point. It's like several occasions in the Catholic Church, it's even documented that it affected buying and selling. Now, to me, this is very significant, because in Galatians 6:17, Paul says, "From now on, let no one cause me trouble." And that word for trouble means, i.e., in buying and selling. For I bear on my body the marks of Jesus. And I put the words here, stigma, which is tattoos, basically in the ancient Roman Greek, and parcha, which means to render, to afford from one's own resources or by one's own power in buying and selling, to provide or afford. And kopos means labor tied to buying and selling, or toil and labor. So it definitely had to do with the buying and selling. It's crazy, isn't it? Who'd have thought that was even there? I wouldn't have. Now we know in Matthew 5:34 through 37, Jesus said, "But I say unto you, swear not at all, neither by heaven, for it is God's throne, nor by earth, for it is his footstool, neither by Jerusalem, for it is the city of the great King. Neither shalt thou swear by thy head, because thou canst make one hair white or black. But let your communication be yea, yea, or nay, nay, for whatsoever is more than these, it cometh of evil." Okay? And it's really strange, because when we go to Acts 19:13, we have, "And certain of the vagabond Jew exorcists took upon themselves to call over them that had evil spirits the name of Lord Jesus, saying, We adjure," which means swear, "we adjure you by Jesus whom Paul preaches." So what they were doing was getting them to swear by the Jesus that Paul was teaching. And Paul, down here in Philippians 2:9 and 2:10 and 11, he said, "Therefore God also highly exalted him and gave him the name which is above every name, that at the name of Jesus every knee should bow, and those in heaven, and those on earth, and those under the earth." Now, where did that come from? The under the earth part. And then he said, "And every tongue should confess that Jesus Christ is Lord, to the glory of God the Father." I mean, he was the one promoting this name. It just really sucks you right in the gut, because it's like in verse 25, I analyzed this. This is a short thing, but what he says is, "Behold, I have warned you." It's like, that's what this whole chapter is about, is him warning about us using the Christ word concerning him. And nobody has ever seen that. And I don't understand why. And like I said, verse 24:5 just flew off at my face like it slapped me. And I went, oh no, don't tell me that. And I was panicking. But I said, no, dig in and study, because Father is bringing us out step by step about all the lies, little bit by little bit. We can't panic. We just have to continue to look. It's like, I could have done like a lot of other people. I could have thrown out the New Testament when I discovered about Paul. I could have thrown out the whole Bible when I discovered about the Old Testament deity. But it's like, if Father's calling us and showing us, we have to just keep digging till we find what all He wants us to know. But really take this to heart, because He did. He warned us. And verse 26, I believe, is another double warning type verse. It says in English, wherefore if they shall say unto you, behold, he is in the desert, go not forth. Behold, in the secret chambers, believe not. Okay, when I analyzed that, I got some weird stuff. It's like, for desert, I got the depopulated, or the depopulate. Therefore, if I say to you, behold, he is in the depopulated area, do not come out. Behold, do not believe in the coffers or the cashiers or the cash registers. And I'm like, that is so wild. And that's modern terminology for these same words that we have as secret chambers. So I just wanted to share that with y'all because I found it. It's like, to me, this has to mean something, because it would not be there if it didn't, because He knew what things were going to be called in the future. This is another one that's very interesting. Verse 27. We have in English, for as the lightning cometh out of the east, and shineth even to the west, so shall also the coming of the Son of Man be. Well, when I looked at these words, this one stuck out, astropi, or lightning. And it's a spiral-based modulation in modern terms. It's like a flash of light, but it's also got to do with some new technology. I'm going to show you on the next slide. This is the astropi. They're using the towers for it. It's a sending out of a spiral signet, spiral. I don't even know how to say it. And the first one it even plays in the first word. The OSPR is an open source platform for the environmental research, and the astropi go out from the rising light, and shine for a while from the west in this manner, and it is also the presence or arrival of the Son of Man. So it's a signal being sent out that goes out from the open source platform, which is the computer stuff. This is very wild. I mean, my mind is still reeling from all of it. I just made a card on it so I can explain it better. It's almost like it's like a producing of an image with spirals, spiral-based signal modulation. It's a new device that can control light at unprecedented speed, and researchers have developed a programmable optical device for high-speed beam steering. It's a leader in a revolutionary method of communication, spiral-based modulation, a game-changing force in communication technology. Astropi's technology will support platform advances across a wide range of racial communications, including more effective cellular network that'll permit greater data to go through, greater resistance to rain, more reliable satellite networks, um, more efficient and reliable microwave networks, the next generation high capacity multimedia communications. The rest of this is not really that significant, but you get the idea. It's something that's being sent out. And verse 28, we have, for wherever the dead body may be, there the eagles will be gathered. Okay, the word for body is soma, and it means either corpse or body. Okay, so it could be like when people say the body of Christ. You know, that is a big term right now. It's like this whole Christ thing. It's like Christ consciousness, body of Christ. I think that's all wrapped into this deception. But it also could be a physical body like the crucifixes and the eagles that they put in both churches. Because you got these eagles in both of them. But I just wanted to share that with you because this again is Paul. For just as the body is one and has many members, and all the members of the body, though many, are one, and so too is Christ. And it's like, it's pretty scary. Verse 29, immediately after the tribulation of those days shall the sun be darkened, and the moon shall not give her light, and the stars shall fall from the heaven, and the powers of the heavens shall be shaken. Okay, there was some stuff in this, like, and it literally could be EU God, the EU God, because this actually has theos in the back part of the word. So if you broke it into compounds, it would be EU God. So that could be interesting. What I got there was the EU God from the social construct meta of those days. The sun gets dark and the moon does not give her glimmering, and the stars, which is, this word is actually a word for pharmacy pickups in the EU, fall from the sky vault, and AI's power shakes the sky vault. It's really interesting, I mean, because here's their emblem thing. You got the meta, and then you got the stars, and that's them agreeing to the July stress test. And see, the tribulation word, where is it? This word right here, tripsis, can mean pressure, and it's talking about the stress test. It can mean a social construct also. And they name all kinds of stuff Theos. Theos is the UK's leading religious and society think tank, with their ideas and content reaching media outlets a combined circulation of 160 million in the past 5 years. We're shaping the hearts and minds and opinions of formers about the role of faith in contemporary society by means of high quality research, events, and media commentary. We provide a credible, informed, and gracious Christian voice in our mainstream public conversations. The Economist calls an organization that demands attention. And Julian Bagani, the influenced atheist philosopher, has said Theos provides a rare proof that theology can be interesting and relevant, even perhaps especially for those who do not believe. And then I gave you the think tank thing. But that's wild that they've got an EU Theos that's actually leading a society think tank. Verse 30 gets real interesting. we have in the English, and then shall appear the sign of the Son of Man in the heaven, and then shall all the tribes of the earth mourn, and they shall see the Son of Man coming in the clouds of heaven with the power and great glory. Okay, one thing caught my eye right up. All the tribes will mourn. Why are they going to be sad? Wouldn't that be an exuberant, happy occasion? You know. Then I went back to looking at the Son of Man again. And that word, if they're going to mourn, does that really mean what we think it means? Because a lot of times when he's speaking of the Son of Man like it's a separate entity from him. And I went back and looked at this word for man again. It's like it specifically means a human being or a person, as opposed to gods, like a man or a woman. Humanity, mankind, or slave. Now, some of the scholars consider it to be a compound of aner, man, and oops, which is face. Thus, it would be he who looks like a man. So, I'm not sure on that one. But what I got in the modern looking stuff, then shall appear the sign or the vaccine point of the Son of Man, a human being or a man with a man's face in the sky vault, and then cuts all AI. AI brings forth AI of the earth, and they are baked, or the other alternate would be they look at the Son of Man who comes upon the cloud or Nephilim, which is a computer term for computer structures, the meta of the sky vault, and they manifest a deity, and there's, to many, I think two, I don't know if it's implied or if it should have been in there, but it says manifest a deity many. It can't be many deities because deity is singular when I looked at that. Let's see. Yeah, it's singular right there. You can, these little blue letters tell you that's a noun and it's singular. Okay, to show you some of these words, like kopto right here, it means to cut, strike, or smite, to cut from or to cut off, to beat one's breast for grief. So that's probably where they got mourn. They went with this third definition because they were probably worried about, oh, we can't use cut or strike or smite, because they weren't sure what this was, I think, which, you know, that it's like that's probably why, because they didn't know what these words were and what they meant, the AI. It's really strange. But then down here, this word dynamics or power, it was relating to physical force or energy borrowed from the Greek powerful, ekphasis, strength, those type of things. It's talking about a lot of power. But I'm just showing you some slides to show you where I found these words at. Okay, the whole Nephilim cloud thing. This is how the computers work. You have your sky computing management layer, and then you have your cloud. Okay. In cloud computing, resource provisions in critical issues and in the environment of heterogeneous clouds or the sky. So this is like the upper layer, and then it goes down to these other layers, and then the actual cloud computing management. But I think that's where they're getting the Nephilim cloud and sky thing from. And that word for sky can mean sky vault, sky, heavens. It can mean a lot of things. This is a modern article about it. Sky computing, the future of cloud computing. And this kind of diagrams how it works, like the sky computing up here, then it goes to the various clouds or different places. Then you can see here they even use the word Nephilim for the cloud-based scientific computing platform. So they're using the same identical word we have in Greek. So do we have this happening? Yes, we do have it happening, unfortunately. Because they have manifested a deity to many people. And every eye can see it all across the world. The AI Jesus. This is on Twitch, I think. I just did a screenshot. People going into the chat room, they ask the AI Jesus a question, and he talks and he speaks and gives them answers. It's really creepy. Very, very creepy. This was my card just to show y'all about the word sky, because Uranus is, it can mean several different things. It can mean the vaulted sky, the heaven, the universe, a vaulted ceiling, or a tent. So y'all know where I'm getting this stuff from. This came from Wiki, and this one came from Strong's, and it can just literally mean sky. Here's another article about the future of computing, supercloud and sky computing. Okay, I think this goes hand in hand what he's telling us in Matthew 24 with Revelation, because it said it was allowed to give breath to the image of the beast, so that the image of the beast might even speak, and might cause those who would not worship the image of the beast to be slain. Now that part has not happened yet, but it's coming, because you've got people from the WEF talking about rewriting the Bibles, and how they can produce a better system of worship for everybody to follow, and they're making it happen, and people are eating this up. I watched a YouTube video, and this guy was asking AI Jesus questions, and the people and the comments, people loved it, and I was like, oh, I just got the willy creeps so bad just watching it. It just freaked me out, but I felt like I needed to know, you know. And they ask him really stupid questions and stuff, and he'll still answer those and still be nice to everybody. And this is another thing too, where this is coming from, is so-called chosen ones set this up, I think, and they're probably getting a big hoot out of watching an idol form of Jesus answering questions to people asking stupid and lewd, even evil questions to him. Okay, this gets even more interesting in verse 31. In the English we have, and he will send out his angels with a loud trumpet call, and they will gather his elect from the four winds, from one end of heaven to the other. Okay, when I looked at this, it's very interesting because you have the word meta again. Then you have salpigios, which is a war trumpet, and phones. Okay, and the salpigios is the salphonix, which is being digitally recreated with ancient instruments to reconstruct an application of astral projection, which uses physical modeling synthesis to stimulate the sound of the salphonix. Due to the complexity of this process, the Astral Project uses the grid computing on hundreds of computers throughout Europe to model the sounds. It's part of the Lost Sounds Orchestra, along with ancient instruments whose sounds have been recreated by Astra, including the Epigeion, the Alus, barbiton, and Cynric. I probably butchered all that, but anyway, it's a very advanced thing of sending out sounds. Okay, and it's very interesting that we also have phones too, but in the old terms, this would mean war trumpets. All right, so when you come down here and look at what I got, in the modern, it would be, and he sends out his angels, his meta, great war trumpet phones, and attaches them, his elect or chosen ones, from the winds of the four, by the Father's sky vault, and even the Father's bounds. So it's like he's attaching something to them using this Salpigios war trumpet thing through the phones. And this freaks me out because I had a dream from Father to get rid of my 5G phone. I think I've told y'all about that before. I may have just said it in Discord chat. I'm not sure if I said it on video, but I'll tell you what happened. It's like I had a dream and I could hear Father talking to me, and he said, get rid of your 5G phone. And I thought, when I woke up, I thought, what did he mean? I don't have a 5G phone. Well, I called, I had my account through Verizon, so I called Verizon and I said, can you check, because I had to get a new phone. My phone broke. Actually, I got out of bed and caught my toe on the cord and sent it slinging, and it tore up the phone, and I had to go get another phone. And I said, is this new phone y'all gave me, is it a 5G phone? And she said, let me check. And she went and was off the line for a few seconds, and then she come back and she said, she said, no worries, you already have a 5G phone. I was like, oh my gosh, because I didn't even think it was a 5G phone, because this was like a year ago or something. I've been living without a phone since I had this. I immediately just turned it off, didn't use it anymore, because I felt like if I had that strong a dream and he was just directly telling me what to do, I was going to do it, And it's been inconvenient. It's been weird because I have an old funky car, and when I travel, I don't feel quite as good. I just say a prayer and say, okay, Father, help me get from point A to point B, because he knows I'm traveling without a phone. But it's fine. I've been fine, and I trust him, and I know that he wouldn't have sent me that dream unless there was a reason. And now I'm seeing all this phone stuff, and I'm like, oh, yeah, there was a reason. And the whole sky cloud thing attaches to us through the cell phones. It's called mobile cloud computing. And that's how they send and receive stuff back from you. And it's like, I know before I got rid of my phone, I had gone down to the local grocery store because I wanted some more local honey. I love it, my hot tea. And they had the local stuff, which helps with allergies and stuff, which I have big problems with. And I got back, and my entire Facebook thing was covered in ads for honey. And I thought to myself, oh my gosh, they're tracking everything I do. Now, somebody told me that came from the grocery store card that you scan for your discounts. I don't know. But somehow, because I'm on a hard-lined computer, not even Wi-Fi, I have a cable that comes through, and I've got my stuff under a Faraday cage, so signals can't come through to it. So it was just really weird that happened, but I think the phone's going to have something to do with all this. Even in Revelation, when we read Revelation 19:17 through 18, and I saw one messenger standing in the sun, and he cried out in a loud, numerous, and its voices. The word in Greek is literally phone, is how you pronounce it. Saying to all the birds that fly in mid-heaven, come and gather together for the supper of the great God. to eat the flesh of the sovereigns, and the flesh of the commanders, and the flesh of the strong ones, the flesh of the horses, those that sit on them, and the flesh of all the people, free and slave, both small and great. That's just really weird. You can see it right there. How you pronounce it is phone. Just right in her face. And verse 32. In our English, we've got, now learn a parable of the fig tree. When his branch is yet tender, and putteth forth leaves, ye know that summer is nigh. Okay? Well, when I looked at that, I'm thinking, well, is that straightforward or is it not? So I just looked every word up, and I get down here to parable and realize something I have never realized before. Parabola means to set something side by side for comparison, like juxtaposition, comparison, allegory. It can be division even in math, a parable. And the word for summer can just mean heat. So learn the comparison side by side about the fig tree. Well, this video has already gotten so long that I didn't go into the fig tree comparisons of all the stuff that's said about the fig tree. I will try to do that in a future video. But just thinking about the parables and it meaning comparisons, it's what I've been doing to figure this thing out with the Old Testament deity, because it's like, what father would send you serpents when you ask for fish? Well, we go back and we compare what happens in the Old Testament to what he's saying in the New Testament. And it was Yahweh that sent them serpents when they asked for fish. What father would send you a stone when you asked for bread? And it was Yahweh that sent the manna that had to be ground with a grinder, before they could use it. It's the comparisons, I think. And there's a verse somewhere he talks about, to others it seems like he's talking in riddles and nobody knows, but to those that follow him, they'll hear it clearly. And I think that maybe the parables aren't such a fantasy thing. They're really telling the truth, but they're meant to be used as comparisons. I know that's probably going to shock people, but I don't know how I missed the fact that it meant to compare something side by side, but somehow I did. So I just thought I'd mention it in case somebody else had never realized it. And this is interesting. I wanted to share this because this is something I came across when I was looking up the fig tree stuff. Italy's famous upside down fig tree. This was posted in the travel section on one of the magazines online, Dooley News, I think is what it's called, Weird News, in 2023. The ancient ruins of Bay near the modern city of Bacali in Italy are home to the botanical oddity known as the upside down fig tree. And it has a tenacious tree growing out of the ceiling of an ancient Roman archway. It's easy to see why it's called the upside down tree. It literally is inverted, growing toward the ground, which is not something trees normally do. No one knows exactly how the fig tree ended up there or how long it's been growing, but one thing's for sure, despite its bizarre location, the fig tree, if it barely, is growing stronger every year and is even bearing fruit now. So you know that when Jesus cursed the fig tree, I don't think that was the real Jesus. I think that might have been the Christ one doing that, because it makes no sense to me that he would do that. But this is very interesting that we have this fig tree right now growing out of a ceiling of an archway out of the sunshine, and it's thriving and producing fruit. And this area is very close to Naples and Pompeii, and that right close to there is where he gave the talk in the grassy field, because I figured that out on the geography. I haven't shared that yet. That'll be in the next video, I think. I've got 2 more videos to record on the geography thing, almost finished. So those will be coming real soon too. I say real soon, but y'all see how I go. I get so in depth that it takes me forever. But hopefully it's worth the wait. And I put this in here just to remind me to tell y'all, but in Luke's account, in Luke 21:29, and he spoke to them a parable, behold, the fig tree and all the trees. So I'm not sure why Luke included all the trees yet, but I'm looking into it. Just be aware that Luke's statement did vary just a little bit from the Matthew account. In verse 33, so likewise ye, when ye see all these things, know that it is near at the doors. Okay, and I got thus also you will know when you see all these things that he or it is near. So that's pretty straightforward. And in verse 34 we have, verily I say unto you, this generation shall not pass until all these things be fulfilled. Okay, to me now when I'm looking at this, it's like I didn't get that, because I'm looking at this amen at the beginning right here. That means amen. It can be amen I say to you, or truly I say to you, or it can also be in the end, or the end I say to you. No, not so, until these pass, this generation happens. And that's kind of a weird way of wording it. So, because it says, in the end I say to you, not so, no, past this generation, this until all this happens. And they don't really have a good explanation of AV except an, and that doesn't really seem to fit. But I think he's saying that it's past this generation until these things happen, not that it's going to happen in their generation. I could be wrong on that, so you can study that one out on your own and decide, because this is a major debate right now. Did it already happen? Is a preterist view? But I don't think so, because I wouldn't be finding all these words that are related to the modern stuff going on if this has already happened. I don't see it. Now I could be wrong, and I'm not gonna argue about it, but just study it out on your own and decide for yourself, because this is a double negative, no, not so. Because I was looking them up real carefully, and I'm like, that's interesting, because both of them mean no or not. So it's a double negative. And then you've got, the wording is kind of strange, because past this generation, until this all happens, maybe. I mean, that would make more sense too. But I think he's saying it's going to be past that generation, not during that generation. Verse 35, in the English we have, heaven and earth shall pass away, but my words shall not pass away. I got pretty much the same thing, except we have another double negative here, right here, no, they do not pass away. The heaven and earth expire or pass away, not my words, no, these do not pass away. So it's pretty much the same. Okay, verse 36, but of that day an hour knoweth no man, no, not the angels of heaven, but my Father only. And what I got was concerning that day and of the hour no one knows, not the angels of heaven, not one of these, only my Father. So that's pretty much about the same too. Now this gets interesting in 37. Because what we have in English is, but as the days of Noah, so shall also the coming of the Son of Man be. Okay, well, they left out AI. Okay, so when we go down to the mechanical translation I did, just as of the AI days of Noah, and Noah can mean rest also, so will be also the coming of the Son of Man. Okay, well, immediately my mind went to Noah and this guy Yuval because of the AI part. And when you look at his name in Hebrew, it's Yuval No Hari, Noe, spelled the same way. And his name means stream rest or repose of the master of the manor. And No means rest or repose. It's derived from the Hebrew root Noach. But I thought that was it because he's the one that says humans are now hackable animals. The whole idea that humans have this soul or spirit and nobody knows what's happening inside of them, and they have free will, that's over. In other words, he thinks we don't have a soul. Of course, that can be a Talmudic Kabbalah thing also, because they believe that they are the shards of light, and that all the non-Jews don't have shards, that they are like below the Jewish people in the pecking order of things, like we're no better than cattle according to their books. So that could be where he's getting that from. Here are some of his other comments. History began when the humans invented gods, and it will end when humans become gods. Here's another statement. You have a small elite that pushes things to their own interest, even if it doesn't benefit the vast majority of the population. This has happened so many times previously in history that it's probably going to happen again. One of the biggest dangers to the planet today is technological utopia, because probably for the elite it will work. If bad comes to worse, and when the floods come, the scientists build a Noah's Ark for the elite, leaving the rest to drown, the rest of the people, and the rest of the people, and then the rest of the ecosystem. But they are likely to be able to construct this technological Noah's Ark, which is probably what most of the elite are counting on. And that's so strange. It's like that he mentions the ark. It's like he can't leave the biblical stuff out of his speeches. Verse 38 gets interesting too. Okay, in the English we have, for as in the days that were before the flood, they were eating and drinking, marrying and giving in marriage, until the day that Noah, spelled that same weird, entered into the ark. Okay, and then when I went and looked at the mechanical, it's like, for as Noah in those days, so we've got Noah in there in the Greek. We've got both words in this sentence, and they didn't put it in both words in their English version, which I find really strange. Okay, but what I got was, for as Noah in those days that before the cataclysm of the flood were eating and drinking and having sexual intercourse and getting married until the day they entered Noah, spelled like his name, into the kabutos, or the ark. And that word can literally mean wooden box, chest, coffer, or sarcophagus. Isn't that weird? And here I gave the spelling because both the words are in this one sentence, not just one of them. And here's the cabins they're building for the COVID thing. That's really weird. They look like sarcophagus to me, like little coffins, because they're so tiny. Here's the little kabutos they're building today, and that's what they stack up like that, and they're even making little watchtowers and stuff. And they call them a kabu, or kabutos, and that can be either a wooden box, a chest, a coffer, or a sarcophagus. Here's the etymology on the word kabutos. It comes from the Egyptian word for sarcophagus, or a coffin. And I just wanted to include that here so you could see where I got that from. And this is some interior shots so you could see the pictures of what those little things look like on the inside. They've got like a little air conditioner and a sink, but they're little tiny little boxes to put people in, I guess. Okay, when I was reading this crossed my mind. It's like, who are you marrying? And what does it mean when the church says the bride of Christ? Okay, because in Matthew 22:28, he tells us, in the resurrection, therefore, whose wife of the seven will she be? For they all had married her. And then Jesus answers them, you are deceived because you don't know the scriptures or the power of God. For in the resurrection they neither marry nor are given in marriage, but are like the angels in heaven. So are we going to be a bride of Christ? Are we going to be married when he says in heaven nobody gets married? I mean, it's something with this Christ word again, because it's always the bride of Christ, the bride of Christ. And Revelation 21:9, and there came unto me one of the seven angels, which had the seven vials full of the seven last plagues, and talked to me and said, come hither, I will show thee the bride, the Lamb's wife. So it's just something to think about here. Has the same thing that Matthew has. They neither marry or given in marriage once you have the resurrection. And it's really strange the way he words it, because he said, but they which shall be accounted worthy to obtain that world and the resurrection from the dead neither marry nor are given in marriage. And he said, while they were eating and drinking and marrying and being given in marriage until the day that Noah entered the ark, and the flood came and destroyed them all. And we have in 38 and 39 of Matthew 24, for as those days which were before the flood, they were eating and drinking, marrying and given in marriage until the day that Noah entered the ship. And they didn't know until the flood came and took them all away. So will be the coming of the Son of Man. Well, right now, we have a full life-size replica of the Ark in Kentucky, and I think there's another one been built in Europe. And what if this marrying and given in marriage is the bride of Christ, and the eating and drinking is the communion? That kind of, I don't know, it just made me go there. I'm not telling y'all all this stuff to scare y'all either. We need to know and be prepared and study his words as carefully as we can, pick up as much information as we can so we know what he wanted us to do. I'm not sharing all this to scare people. Don't get that in your head either. And here's the Matthew 38 account again. And it's really strange because flood is cataclysm. Okay, when you look at the Catholic book for their name for their book, catechism and cataclysm, so close, very, very close. But I already read this to you, and then here's Luke's account of, but they which will be accounted worthy to obtain that world and the resurrection from the dead neither marry nor are given in marriage. And here's some more stuff on the Kabbutstu, just another source. But I thought that was really strange that these words are so similar. I don't even know why it crossed my mind, but it did. There's even articles online about the two words, not to confuse them, because a lot of the AI will interchangeably use either one. But look at the Latin spelling, how close. The theme of what he's talking about goes back to teacher becomes a bride of Christ as she is consecrated in the order of virgins, which is a nun's thing. And you see her with her little lantern. In the homily, the bishop Lycra told her that the crux of the discipleship in life as consecrated virgin is daily witness for the love of Christ, but much more, and the daily witness of Christ's love for you. And he mentions the image of the scriptures reminds us to be wise virgins, to go out and meet the bridegroom with the lanterns lit and the flame of faith radiate from your life so others can see the light of life. And then he mentions her feeding on the body of Christ, which they believe through transubstantiation that the actual wine and bread become the body and blood of Christ in legitimately, like they're eating like cannibalism. Makes me sick. I used to be Catholic when I was young. I joined when I was like 21, and I like the reverence and the quietness in their churches. They didn't yell and scream, but it's just like now, it just freaks me out that I did that. But I know there's forgiveness through Father. You know, it's like, but I think this is what he was warning about. And then verse 39, and that we had, and knew not until the flood came and took them away, so shall also be the coming of the Son of Man be. Okay, my mechanical, and they knew not until the cataclysm came and lifted everyone, so it will be in the presence of the Son of Man. So is that the Eucharist, or is that an actual presence, or being in front of him? You know, that's kind of strange. Here's the reason I say that, because Solomon's 666 is a round loaf of bread. I did an analysis in the Hebrew of 1 Kings 10:14, and this is what I got. And it will come to pass a weight scale, the golden, which comes to Solomon's division of time, 166. 1600, I'm sorry, I messed that up. 1666, a round loaf of bread of splendor. Okay, I think what he was talking about was the Eucharist. And so you can see here it's a round loaf of bread. They have it as talents of gold or silver, but it was actually a round loaf of bread. And that's Brown Driver Briggs' etymology book. And it's real ironic. 666 years ago, in the 14th century, 1357, Archbishop of York published the Lay Folks Catechism, the flood thing, which included the creed, the sacraments, and 2 precepts of charity, and the 7 capital sins, the 7 fundamental virtues. And for the first time, the name catechism was explicitly used. It was published in 2 languages, Latin, English, for popular use. Already several other times catechismal works were written in the vernacular language for those who did not normally use Latin. I just think this plays into it, people. I mean, why else would I be seeing this? I mean, this is kind of creepy, but I think that we are at the 666 number, and it specifically says a division of time. So I think we're sitting right on the timeline. Verse 40, I went back over and didn't see anything different this time, so I left the 2 slides from the last video where I covered this one, and so you can hear what I said on the last video. But it's like the take, or Abram Publishing has as received, and it can have a lot of meanings. This is the wiki meanings over here on the right, and you can read over those, but there's a lot of controversy over the rapture stuff, and I'm not going to get into that. But I did leave my slides because I kind of like really looked at it last time. So y'all can look at that and see what you think. I looked at this as just an extra thing to put in there for y'all. They said, because there's been a lot of talk about whether the rapture is real, whether it happens before or after the tribulation. Now, it does say in the text that it happens after the tribulation. But in Matthew 24:40, they have, then shall 2 be in the field, and the one shall be taken, and the other left. Okay, they're starting to teach that the one left is the one that's the good one, and the one taken is the bad one. I don't see how they come up with that, because the one taken is literally received. It means to take from, to extract, to receive a portion out of a larger collective. Okay? And let's see, it's receiving the same meaning of receiving up, like an ascension, just like was used and applied in Luke 9:51, where it applied to the imminent ascension of Christ. So why would that be a bad thing if it's like the ascension like of Christ? It's used in that context in Luke 9:51. Okay. This word left, or sent away, means to send away from oneself, to release of the power or concern of attention, to be left, to leave alone, like to be left alone, go away, you know. It doesn't make any sense that what they're saying in these new videos, but I just thought I'd share that because I did look those 2 words up, because I do think he's coming back, and I think it's going to be soon. Okay, I'm going to be honest on this verse. I don't know what to do with this. They've added it. What we have in English is they've added in 2 women shall be grinding at the mill, and one shall be taken, and the other left. Okay, when I started analyzing this sentence, immediately I got a problem here, because duo is 2. Okay, and this word right here is not. Aletheia means true, or you are true. And now when I went and looked at the Latin Vulgate, it got grinding. So it has grinding in the Latin Vulgate like we see here in English. Okay, then I've got another problem down here. In the miller, or miler, it's M-Y-L-O-N-I. Maloney, I guess is how you'd pronounce it. And then they have this word here. We see Mia, that little U-looking thing is an M-I-A, for one is received, and Mia again, for one is left. Okay, this is the word for one in Greek. It's E-I-S. Okay? Yes, it has like an H sound on the beginning of it. Okay, not Mia. I went and looked up Mia, and they've got some slapped up thing that it's a singular version of one, the singular word. Why is there a singular word for one? So I'm going to be honest with y'all. I don't know what to do with this sentence. It doesn't make sense, and the Greek is messed up on it somehow. The Latin Vulgate has exactly what we have up here in the English, but this is not. There's something wrong with this whole sentence. And I'll look into this further, I hope, and find some answer, but for right now I could not find an answer for that. And I'm not going to make something up. But you can see Aletheia and Elias are both have to do with logic and truth. You know, not a lie, true. So y'all can work on this one if you want to, and let me know in the comments if anybody finds something different on this, please. Looking at verse 42, I got pretty much the same thing that they did. Watch therefore, for ye know not what hour your Lord doth come. And Kyrios, though, can also mean Lord, Master, Guardian, Ruler, or Owner. And I find it real curious that they have the word is your. Like he's separating this somehow. But we'll continue to look on because there's nothing really different in this verse. Looking at verse 43, it's a pretty good translation as far as I can tell. It's a difficult sentence when I tried to analyze it, but I went with the a literal translation of it. But it says, "But know this, that if the host or the housemaster had known in what watch the thief comes, he would have watched and not allowed his house to be dug through." Now, that's kind of a strange statement when you refer it back to 42 because you're talking about the Lord coming. So, and he's speaking of the Son of Man or the Lord as being someone else besides him in this chapter. So this part gets very confusing, but I think that's important to note right down here that the thief comes, because we have in John about the thief coming and entering a different way, you know. So this is important somehow, but I'm trying to figure out why it's very important. Here we have the verses. It's like in 37, Matthew 24:37, it says, "Just as in the Ai days of Noah, so will be the coming of the Son of Man." So we know when we get down here to 43, this is referring back to the Son of Man. But we know this, that if the host or housemaster had known in what watch the thief comes, he would have watched and not allowed his house to be dug through. Well, this is the verse in John I was talking about. I decided to just go ahead and put this in here so you could see it. It says, it's chapter 10, verses 1 through 3. Amen, or in the end, I say to you, whoever does not enter the sheepfold through the gate, but climbs over elsewhere, is a thief and a robber. But whoever enters through the gate is the shepherd of the sheep. The gatekeeper opens it for him, and the sheep hear his voice, as he calls his own sheep by name and leads them out. So that's real interesting. He leads them out. Alright, and then in chapter 12, 4 through 6, we have, then Judas Iscariot, one of the disciples of the one who would betray him, said, "Why was the oil not sold for 300 days' wage and given to the poor?" And he said to them, he said this, not because he cared about the poor, but because he was a thief and he held the money bag and used it to steal the contributions. So here we have Judas being one that's called a thief. I just looked at these different verses and I'm going, okay. Then in Luke 12:32 through 34, do not be afraid any longer, little flock, for your Father is pleased to give you the kingdom. Sell your belongings and give alms. Provide money bags for yourself, and do not wear out, an inexhaustible treasure in heaven that no thief can reach, nor moth destroy. For where your treasure is, there also will be your heart. Well, I know in one of the verses in the Old Testament, Yahweh likens himself to a moth. Okay, in Luke, we go back to this same thing we have in Matthew 24. In 12, it's like he's talking in reference to the thief, and then in the next sentence about the Son of Man. It's chapter 12, 34 through 40. And should he come in the second or third watch and find them prepared in this way, blessed are those servants. Be sure of this, if the master of the house had known the hour when the thief was coming, he would not have let his house be broken into. You also must be prepared, for an hour you do not expect the Son of Man will come. So I don't think this is a positive phrase. I used to think it was, but I'm leaning toward it not being a positive phrase. And I don't think he's referring to himself either. Now, it might be a way to differentiate between the Jesus, the real one, and the usurper one. It's like, because this is more of an earthly thing. I'm gonna holding out on this to see how I feel about it once I finish studying all this out. Now here is what I'm talking about, okay? The term Son of Man is used by Jesus 80 times, we are told, as in a way to refer to himself. 32 times in Matthew, 14 times in Mark, and 26 times in Luke, and 10 times in a quantitatively different way from the Synoptic Gospels in John. In all these texts, Jesus is the speaker. No one ever addresses him as the Son of Man. That's interesting too. And some of this has been misconstrued to look like he's referring to himself as the Son of Man. Here's an example, okay? When I was a young kid, my grandfather bought me a Living Bible. Well, I look at it sometimes and I'll read it, but it's like, when you see that verse 27 in chapter 16, it's like, for I, the Son of Mankind, and that should be just man, but it says mankind, shall come with my angels in the glory of my Father and judge each person according to his deeds. And some of you standing right here now will certainly live to see me coming in my kingdom. All right, we can flip over here to the New American Bible. This is a revised edition, and it says, for the Son of Man. Okay, so which one is correct? You know, and we've got man and mankind, and you've got the reference to I here. It's like they're doing some of this on purpose. And when you look at the Greek, it really shows, you know, that they flipped this around to confuse us. Here's an analysis of that same verse. This is what they have. For the Son of Man shall come in the glory of his Father with his angels, and then he shall reward every man according to his works. Okay, I took each word, you know, like I do, and looked at each one. Okay, the glory is doxa, and I told you that can mean a manifestation or image of a deity. And we've got this word meta again. We have angel in there. This word that they have as reward is a payoff. And then I got against, at, or according to for kata. I mean, there's just a lot. The first word is really interesting too, because the translators do it as future. and it can mean is about to or intends to. All right. When I looked at meta, you know how I told you I think that's futuristic. Well, with is M-E, that little U looking thing, that is actually an M in Greek. So that's with or me, one of the two words. It depends on if it's how you're using, if it's a pronoun or not. Okay, meta in Greek, when you put it in a translator, is meta. It's M-E-T-A. Exactly like it's spelled out here. Okay, it blows my mind. So I did this in both a modern version, looking at the modern words, and then just a regular mechanical. Okay, the regular mechanical I got, for the Son of Man intends to come with the manifestation image of a deity of his Father, with the angels, and then he will pay each according to his actions or practices. And that's pretty straightforward, just main definitions of the words. Now, if I put it in a modern, futuristic, what I'm seeing in some of this stuff, it's like, for the future, using the word that we get now, the future Son of Man is coming by a manifested image of the Father, his meta angels, and then pays off each according to his actions. So it's totally different. But nowhere in here is he saying, in any version, that it's him. It's like he's indicating that it's somebody else, because this is definitely his, H-I-S. And if it was him, he would be saying my Father, my this, my that. But no, that's not in there. And the word I is not in there anywhere. Here's another one. I just went and pulled another verse from Matthew 16:13. What they have is, when Jesus came into the coast of Caesarea Philippi, he asked his disciples, saying, "Whom do men say that I am, that I, the Son of Man, am?" So they're definitely trying to make you, in your mind, think that he is calling himself the Son of Man. Okay, I analyzed that. I is not in there, but the word me is in there again. See, I told you, when it's a pronoun, it's me. Okay, and then it can also be a different word. I've got a card to show you, but it's like, but as a pronoun, this M-E, the little thing that looks like a long-legged U with an E, that's me. M-E, it's even spelled like me. Okay, what I got when I analyzed this was, and he, Jesus, came to the division of Caesarea Philippi. He asked his disciples, "What do the people call me?" People say it is the Son of Man, or he is the Son of Man. That can be either he or, right here, it's a third person singular. It can be either he is or it is. So they're saying that he is the Son of Man. But he was asking his disciples a question, and this is the reply, I would assume, because this was a statement in itself. And when I put it in the translator, it comes out like a statement. What do they call me? So he's wanting to know what they're calling him. Okay, the little word M-E, and this is ancient Greek analysis of the word, and here's the references they used. It's a preposition or a pronoun. As a preposition, it comes out with, by, or on. As a pronoun, it comes out as me. And there's not really there's no I to it. So this is just a total deception to make you think that he's calling himself the Son of Man when he wasn't. Verse 44 was pretty straightforward as to what we have in the English. It says, "Therefore be ye also ready, for in such an hour as ye think not, the Son of Man cometh." Okay, And I got, on account of this, also you be ready, that the time or hour you imagine not, the Son of Man comes. So I got essentially the same thing they did when I analyzed it. But it's really kind of, this is referring back, he's referred to the Son of Man as a thief. So that cannot possibly be him. That's my thinking. In the verse, like everybody will mourn. Why would they mourn if it's actually Jesus coming back? Okay, this sentence drove me crazy. What we have in the English for the regular King James is, "Who then is a faithful and wise servant, whom his Lord hath made ruler over his household, to give them meat in due season?" Okay, the word they have for household is therapia, and it's service rendered from one to the other, or a medical service, a healing, attendance. It's basically a medical term. When I looked it up in another site, it's care, attention, especially medical attention or treatment. So I'm like, what are they doing here? And the word for meat, let's see, that's 51. That was strange too, because it is a trophin, or a trophin, or a trophy. It's like, how do they get meat out of that? So I kind of shook my head on this one. I'm not really even sure. What I have so far is, "Who consequently is the faithful slave, or wise and prudent, being established to his Lord Master, in that gives his healing to them, the trophy in due time," or trophin. And trophin can also mean removal of hair from the head. So that was really strange. It comes from this verb here, kero, to shear, to remove the hair from sheep or a human head. So I'm not sure what they're trying to do with that. You know, in another source I found said by wasting, devouring, or scratching. But it has something to do with the reward of serving the Lord or Master, and he gives his healing or therapia, and to them a trophy in due time. That's my best guess on this one. And that's just looking up each and individual word. But this household for therapia is insane. I mean, that makes no sense. And meat for a trophy makes no sense to me either. There's no telling us what we've got. If we really analyze every verse in the New Testament, we would see so much, it would be mind-blowing. And this is Abram Publishing's take on that word that they have as meat. The noun karopros, or karios, is a bit of a troubler because there's no proper equivalent in English. And that may be because it expresses something critical to a pre-industrial society, but not so relevant to the technologically advanced moderns. It's so critical that Koleth, which is in Ecclesiastes, which means the preacher, that's what Koleth means, recorded a hymn devoted to it, timeless and at the right time or place for a certain event. And I probably need to go back and study this Ecclesiastes and see if I can figure out anything from that also. But then Homer, in the 8th century BC, the word mostly denoted a right place on the body to molest as to inflict a specific encumbrances. So see, that makes no sense. You know, the ancients had no clocks or watches and regarded time not as an absolute stage upon which events unfolded, but rather in a series of cycles, or chronoses, brought about by the interactions of things, particularly when mankind made a transition to agriculture, understanding the year and its precise times, periods, and seasons became critically important. For these reasons, our noun, kairos, is thought to relate to the verb kairo, which was to shear or sheep or human heads. The verb comes from a Proto-Indo-European root, skir, meaning to cut off, hence to harvest. From that same root comes the noun corax, or raven, which explains its association to reaping and storing, which is used in Luke 12:24. When in the New Testament this word is used, it refers specifically to a period or associated event, which will or must take place, a period not in the sense of an old stretch of time, but a period specifically for associated goings-on. The way of the pronoun takes place of the noun in a discourse of our words. Kairos speaks of an opportune time for a particular event, which may not be mentioned, but is thus referred to 86 times. So probably more clarification on this word would be needed, but this is all I could find right now. Of course, I'll keep looking at it like I always do, but it's pretty mind-boggling. That whole verse was just really hard for me to wrap my head around. Now, the trophin could relate to modern stuff. It is used in modern times as a non-steroidal anti-inflammatory drug. It works by reducing hormones that cause inflammation and pain in the body. It's also used to reduce fever, treat pain, inflammation caused by conditions such as headache, toothaches, arthritis, menstrual cramps, and minor injury. So trophin may be used for purposes not listed in this guide, but this is a medical guide. But that's all I could find for modern things. So really I couldn't tie this to anything specific except to say that this was massively mistranslated somehow. And if anybody wants to dig into this verse and leave me in the comments, I would love it. You know, if you can find more on these words, that would be awesome. Okay, here was another thing I found in the ancient Greek. And basically, they say that it was to thicken, congeal, or curl, to make, grow, increase, bring up, breed, or rear, like slaves, cattle, tend, cherish, breed, produce, maintain or support, bring up, rear, or educate, and more passively to be. So there's a lot there, but none of it really fit the sentence to me. Verse 46 is pretty much about what I expected. Blessed is that servant whom his Lord, when he cometh, shall find him so doing. And I got essentially the same thing. Of course, this weird word for blessed comes from actually a term in Byzantine Greek, which is kind of strange because it's like blessed in death, a daughter of Hades, is what it means. Since deaths are even called blessed ones. So that was kind of strange too. But other than that, this is pretty much a simple sentence. It didn't have anything that I wasn't expecting. Now, they did mention here that often it means blessed or happy, the rich and better educated, of the dead, and of states and quantities and the like. But I think the meaning is pretty straightforward, and I think that the King James has a pretty good foundation on that one. "47 was pretty much what they've gotten. It said, "Verily I say unto you that he shall make him ruler over all his goods." And what I got was, "Verily, or in the end, I say to you that he is over everything, the goods, the wealth, the possessions, he set them in charge of it. And it's like there was a little variation here where I got they exist. So it's verily in the end I say to you that he is over everything. The goods, the wealth, the possessions exist. He set him in charge of it. So I think it's referring back to the Lord in the Old Testament. And since this, Jesus told us, he said, the one that speaks of earthly things is of earth, and the one that speaks of heavenly things is from heaven. So I think this has to do with the earthly usurper, because it has to do with goods and wealth and possessions and being in charge of things here, not in heaven. Verse 48, and if that evil servant shall say in his heart, my Lord delayeth his coming. And that was pretty straightforward. And we know Kyrios can be Kyrios, Master, Lord, and it's probably referring back to Yahweh. Okay, in verse 49, if he's delayed in 48, and then he shall begin to smite his fellow servants, and to eat and drink with the drunken. I got pretty similar, and start striking or beating his co-workers or domestic servants, not eating, even drinking with the drinkers. So I got pretty much the same thing. So he's talking about that he will, if he thinks he's not coming, he starts slacking and doing all these evil things. Now this gets interesting, because right at the beginning of verse 50, there's a strange word, HXEI. And they really didn't do anything with it in the King James. We have the Lord of that servant shall come in a day when he looketh not for him, and in an hour that he is not aware of. And that's basically all they said about it. And I was like, what is this word? And I couldn't get anything much to come up in the translators or anything. So I started looking, and it's basically has to do with the XE matrix. It's a component, that and another thing are components of the matrix, according to the science articles. And it's actually referring to it as the Lord in that sentence, because HXEI, the master lord of the slave in that day, when he does not anticipate, and in a time he does not know. It's almost like it's a title for him. I thought that was really strange. But they just basically ignored that word. Let's see, 2240. I don't even, shall come. They've got it as shall come. But it doesn't come up on that anywhere that I found as shall come. That's just really strange. Here's a conceptual picture, which is really strange because it's the Saturn's cube thing, like the TOEFL boxes. And Intel's using the matrix engines, and it's called the XE matrix. And that's what this is referring to. This is all futuristic, guys. This is very, very, it's almost scary because it's not what I expected to see. And I included this from the Journal of Chemical Physics, so if any of you guys are real into physics and the matrix and all the weird science stuff, you can look this up and read more about it. Here's the link. It doesn't really tell a whole lot, that I can understand, because I'm not that well versed, but there's something to do with these cubes and the matrix and the quantum computing. I have a whole file on futuristic stuff. Actually, the whole text of the Old Testament is an algorithm, because it's like Sefer, the word for book in Hebrew, is the modern word for algorithm. Okay, and Megadol, that's in there for towers, is literally the cell tower. It's what makes your computers go, the Megadol. So it's like this whole futuristic thing. You can take the Old Testament in Hebrew, and I can throw it in to modern language, and it's actually an algorithm for what we're going through right now. I know that sounds crazy, but it's true. Revelation, a lot of it is the same way. Let's see, I'm trying to think if there's another, like I told you, phone is the call that goes out, or the trumpet, it's the call, it's actually phone in Greek. And it's kind of weird when you take this stuff, because, like, science-wise, it's mind-boggling. I mean, I studied marine biology, and then flipped my degree to nursing, so I had to take a lot of biology and anatomy and physiology, and I learned a lot of the Latin terms because of the medicines, and the Greek terms. And it's like when I started looking at it, I was like, oh my gosh, this is totally medical. In Revelation, there's a lot of medical stuff in there. It even tells you how the mRNA vaccines are put together. You could write the formula for them. I'm talking the chemical formula from what John wrote. It's very scary. In verse 51, and he shall cut him asunder, and appoint his portion with the hypocrites, and there shall be weeping and gnashing of teeth. Okay, I got pretty much the same thing. This word for cut him asunder is to divide into parts or bisect. So it basically says, and he will bisect him and set his part to the hypocrites, and there will be weeping and gnashing or grinding of teeth. And this word for the grinding is bruxism, which is a condition which causes you to grind or clench your teeth. And it's they did a pretty good job on that one, I would have to say. Okay, so we've seen the Son of Man is coming, and it's going to be tied up in all the computer stuff. We're going to make a AI Jesus thing come to life. People are going to follow it, whatever. If you're looking at the modern side of things. If you're not, then he's coming in the clouds on a horse, gonna cut everybody asunder and all this. That cannot be Jesus Bar Abba, because he's not like Yahweh in the Old Testament, and this is a scenario of somebody that's going to do something evil, Okay, well, I wanted to point something out here. We're on the ship here, and we're going along. We're on the Titanic, and we hit this thing under the water. That's what we do when we read Matthew 24. The chapter break changes how you view the content. Okay. Beneath the surface of this, hidden in the chapter break, is 46 more verses before Jesus finishes what he's trying to tell us. And most people don't see it. Okay. They love to break these things into chapters, so you don't see the endings or the completed thoughts and things he's trying to tell us. Matthew 24 does not end at verse 51. And I realized this when I was studying this to do this video for y'all. Okay, because 25:1 says, then shall the kingdom of heaven be likened unto the 10 virgins, which took their lamps and went forth to meet the bridegroom. This does not finish until we get to chapter 26, verse 1. And it came to pass, when Jesus had finished all these sayings, he said unto his disciples. So we're not done yet. We're over 5 hours here, and we're not done yet. with what he's trying to tell us. But he's telling us the whole scenario of how they're going to call him Christ. It's a deception. Then there's going to be false Christians. They're going to set up this stuff. They're going to have the bride of Christ. They're going to have, you know, the communion, the whole 9 yards. And it's like, it's a warning from him that this was all not what he was setting up. And I bet you nobody's ever told you what I've showed you today. Now, I've showed you some futuristic stuff which may or may not be completely accurate, but I felt like, since I felt like Father had revealed some of that to me, that I should reveal it to y'all. But basically, from a historical viewpoint, this stuff did happen in 70 AD, but it's continuing to happen today and being set up into a futuristic thing at this point, where we're moving into the computers and the AI Jesus, or the AI Jesus Christ, which is the fake one, not the real Jesus. Because that's what this whole chapter is warning you about, is them calling him, quote, the Christ. And I hope I didn't get you lost in the weeds by, you know, showing you the futuristic stuff, but I couldn't put it all together and not show it to you once I started seeing it. And it's a lot involved here. But just know, when you read 24, you're not done. We have to keep going all the way until they say when he had finished what he was trying to say. So there'll probably be a part 2 to this. So here is our virgins being set up. Here we go, 25:1. The same slide I told you about earlier about the nuns. And then the kingdom of heaven will be like 10 virgins who took their lamps and went to meet the bridegroom. So we're just starting the story still. We're in the middle of it. We've not finished. So how did this happen? How did he end up being called Christ? Okay, it's in the text actually. It's like you have Paul and Peter as the ones promoting this. It's like in 2 Corinthians 11:1. I wish you would bear with me with a little foolishness. Do bear with me, for I feel a divine jealousy for you, since I betrothed you to one husband to present you as a pure virgin to Christ. But I am afraid that as the serpent deceived Eve by his cunning, your thoughts will be led astray from a sincere and pure devotion to Christ. For if someone comes and proclaims another Jesus than the one we proclaimed, or if you receive a different spirit from the one you received, or if you accept a different gospel from the one you accepted, you put up with it readily enough. So he's telling you that there is another one. And Paul's saying he has the right one. Then we also have Peter, the same one that denied him with oaths and curses, and that he called Satan, doing essentially the same thing in Acts 4:10-13. Let it be known to you all and to all the people of Israel that by the name of Jesus Christ of Nazareth, whom you crucified, whom God raised from the dead, by him this man stands here before you whole. This is the stone which was rejected by your builders, which has become the chief cornerstone. Nor is there salvation in any other, for there is no other name under heaven given among men by which we must be saved. So both of these two are proclaiming the Christ word, even though Jesus said, that is the deception. He said, do not call me that. He commanded them not to call him that, and he rebuked the people that did. So that tells you right there, you know, this is a big deal. Look at the number, the billions of people that Christ this, Christ that, Christ, 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 Christ. And they set this up, and he warned about it. He said, I have warned you. I also went through and checked some of these manuscripts This is the Codex Sinaiticus, which is one of the oldest manuscripts there are. And this is Revelation 22:21. What we have in the King James, the grace of the Lord Jesus Christ be with you all. Amen. Okay, when you look here, see this KYIY? That's Greek for Lord Jesus. Okay, the word Christ is not there. But when you look at the English, they've added Christ, but it's not in the manuscript. And I just wanted to, I'm going to show y'all a few of these because I don't want y'all to think I'm just making stuff up. This is serious. And they pulled stuff out. Like, see, this KU is Master or Lord, and the IU is Jesus. And there it is. They know it's there. Then they come down here and they add Christos or Christ. And it's not there behind, because every one of the Noma Sachem, these initials have a line above them, and they're very distinctive. But they pulled it out, and usually when you go over the manuscript thing, if you go to the website and look at the codex, you can actually scroll over it, and it'll tell you that the words were missing. And do not trust the English at this website, because they acknowledge on their main page that they just copied a version of the New Testament and put it in there. And what's the point of finding a wonderful manuscript that's the oldest one we have if you don't go through and check everything and make sure it's accurate? It's just like to me, that just blew my mind. I was like, why didn't they, why didn't they actually correct anything wrong in this English so we could see what we really have, since we actually do have a manuscript to look at? Okay, here's the codex again on Revelation 1:9. It says, I, John, who also am your brother and companion in tribulation, and in the kingdom and patience of Jesus Christ, was in the isle that is called Patmos, for the word of God and for the testimony of Jesus Christ. That's what we have in English. Okay, when you come down here and look at the actual manuscript, we have Jesus and Jesus. The word Christ, see, and I highlighted, if you scroll over it on this side on the blue, it'll tell you what's, and it says omitted X, and it's a U looking thing, that's Christ, omitted there. And see, they've written it out in the side even, gone out here to the side and tried to add it later or something. It's really sad, because you can see all this. It's not like it's hidden. And to me, that doesn't even look like the same inks, Of course, I'm an artist, and I'm pretty good at looking at things. But this word right here is Jesus, and that's Jesus. And they've written out Christ in the margins. And it said it was omitted. Okay, here's Revelation 12:17. And the dragon was wroth with the woman, and went to make war with the remnant of her seed, and to keep the commandments of God, and have the testimony of Jesus Christ. They have in the King James. Okay, when you come down here and look at the manuscript, there's Jesus, but there's no word Christ in there. It's not there. It's like they did this on purpose. And I don't even see it added in anywhere on this one. Okay, this one is Revelation 22:20, and the King James says, He which testifieth these things saith, Surely I come quickly, amen. Even so come Lord Jesus. Okay, and then they added the word Christ has been added above Lord Jesus on verse 20. You can see it right there above it. See that little bit right there? They added it above. But over here they've got that it was omitted. Now the English did have Lord Jesus. It didn't have the Christ, but they've written it in above there. So they've really messed this part up. And here's you can look these up. They're called Nomen Sachems. And you can look them up on Wiki. It'll show you all the different versions they used and what they mean. It's real easy to pick them out once you are familiar with them. Like the XE would be Christos. Okay, here's another place, John 1:17. For the law was given through Moses, and grace and truth came through Jesus Christ. We have in King James, but actual mechanical that Christ is not there. See, it's when you scroll over, it says was omitted. And you come over here and look, it's not there. The word Christ, the little one in the box is Jesus. So it should read, for the law was given through Moses, and grace and truth came through Jesus. And see, when you look down here at the English, they've got Jesus Christ. They add the word Christ even though it's not in the manuscripts. Now I blew this up for you so you could see it better because it's so hard. These things are so tiny. But see that IY with the line over it? That's the word for Jesus. And then this is the box that comes up when you scroll over it. It says that the XU was omitted, was not there. And that's the word for Christ. But yet they've added it in English. I just blew this up so you could see it better because it's hard to see it on the screen. Now this is odd. This is Paul in Galatians. Okay. And you can see here I've put in each word. So you can see they're all three there. Paul is pushing the Christ word. Okay. But then why translate it as just Jesus when we come down to the actual English? It says, finally, let no one give me trouble, for I bear on my body the marks of Jesus. And it literally, in the manuscript, has the XY Lord, IY Jesus, XY Christ. It has all three words. But yet they didn't translate it that way. Then I put this in here so you could see it again. It's like the Christos comes to 666. And it actually is what we see written out in the Greek would be the Christogram. XE. This is a chi exon signal. The Christogram for Christos. In Luke 21:8, it says, and he said, take heed, no, you be not deceived, for many will come in my name, saying, I am he, is what they have, and that time is at hand, go not after them. Well, when I went to look at the manuscript, this is like the Christogram, a different version of the Christogram for Christ, so it looks like it was actually there, and they just didn't translate it. They just put that I am he instead of putting I am Christ. So I think Luke 21:8 actually matched Matthew 24:5. That's crazy. And see, I even put in here, there's been scholarly speculation on the development of the Christian cross from the letter chi, used to abbreviate for Christ. And I think that's what they've got right here is the letter chi. Because here's a Christogram of chi. Right here. This is from another manuscript. I blew it up just so you could see it. And here's the blown up one from the actual Codex Sinaiticus. So you can see there. I think that was supposed to have meant Christ with the weird little symbolism. Alright, here is Matthew 24:5. and it's there. The Christ, the XC with the line over is there, and they put it in there in that one. Many will come in my name, saying, I am the Christ, and they shall deceive many. And that N, like I told you, is epi, and that literally means they'll superimpose on my name, saying I am the Christ, and they'll deceive many. Before I end this, I wanted to share something with y'all. Before I release this video, I asked Father to help me make sure I was seeing things correctly, because there's so much deception. I got my answer really fast from another person's video I was watching. He mentioned this verse here, Matthew 11:29. Take my yoke upon you and learn from me, for I am gentle and lowly in heart, and you will find rest for your souls. And something in my mind said, go check that verse. When I did, I knew why. Father was giving me the answer I had needed, so I'd be brave enough, really, to put this video out. So I'll show you what I found, and it's pretty amazing. All these words we have right here for kind in English, yet they translated the word Christos as kind. And I looked at these words, and because I started checking into this, once I saw this word, I was like, what? Okay, because I knew Christos was another word for Christos. It was like they used both words. In fact, they think it started with Christos to begin with, instead of Christos. So I looked up all the words for kind, and this is all of the list I got here. And I'm like, wow, none of that is even remotely similar. So I did more investigation, and I did more in looking at the verse, and I'll show you what I found. One of the first things I found is there's every reason to suspect that from the beginning, Jesus was usually surnamed Christos rather than Christos, and that the disciples of many variants of the religion founded in the name were more often called Cristiano rather than Cristiano. Evidence from several sources demonstrates that outsiders and even some insiders, such as the example of Clement of Alexandria in the first few centuries of the Common Era, used the word Christos and Christos interchangeably, or else used Christos and Cristiano exclusively. The word Christos, they say, literally means good, and depending on the content can mean good, good one, simple, or simply good as an adjective. And in certain contexts, the righteous one, or an appellate of the Messiah, such as First Enoch. The feminine form is Christi. The appellate Christos, on the other hand, is a literary translation of the Hebrew Messiah, meaning anointed, but was never used as a title prior to the translation of the Septuagint. Two or more Greek words closely resemble those two. Christis means a prophet or a soothsayer, and one who explains oracles, while Christus simply means a whitewasher. Neither of these were ever used for Jesus of Nazarene that we know of. Christos was frequently used as both a title and a name. In the Mandrates, Christos, the co-king of Pontus in Socrates, Christos, king of Bithynia, and the chief pupil Plato, of even more famous philosopher, had the same name referred to the master Socrates Christos. It also came in forms of Christianos and Christos, particularly if they're used as a title, was often used on the tombs of dead humans. So there's a lot of history behind this name. And it's not what you think. I'll show you here in a second. Okay, in one of the oldest manuscripts we have Christians. And I didn't even realize it was in there. But it's, the disciples were first called Christians in Antioch. And this is in Acts 11:11. And you can actually see the word here. This X looking thing is CH, the P is an R, this H is an E, C or S, TIANS. So it's actually written out in the Greek that they were called Christians in the New Testament. In this oldest manuscript, the Codex Sinaiticus from 4th century. And I gave you the addresses here for this website where I found this and the actual codex itself, so you can go look this up. And it's real simple to do. You just put in the book you want to look at. You put in Acts 11, then you select the verse just like you were using a Bible Hub or something like that, and it pops it up. You click on the right, and you can actually, it'll locate the word for you in the manuscript. You don't even have to find it, which is amazing. Now, the English is incorrect. I think I mentioned that before, but don't trust the English because they just took one of the Bibles and stocked it in there on the English. They did not check all this. So you have to literally look at each letter and figure it out. This is a bowl they found, and it's probably from 1st century. It says 2nd century BC to early 1st century. But it was discovered in Alexandria, Egypt, dated to the period, they said, like I said. It's engraved with Dia Christos, and that means through Christos. Now on the other side it has for the magicians, and that could have been who knows what, but back then some people did think he was a magician or a even demonic because of the healings and stuff he was doing. So there's no telling, but I just find it real interesting that we have it on an artifact that is this old. You know, that's pretty cool. But I was just going to show it to you. I thought it was neat. I sectioned off the name Creston, and Creston is a variation of Christos. So it's the same word, but it's a variation. And I put arrows to each of the letters so you can see where they are and what they look like. Outside proof of crucifixion outside the Bible. Here it is, right here. Crustus in graffiti on the Palace of Tiberius on the Palatine Hill in Rome, Italy. Now you have to understand the geography stuff I've been showing y'all, that this all happened there, not in the Middle East. Once you understand that, you can find all kinds of evidence that things actually happened. There's actually a third cross with the hanging rope behind the central figure. It's visible on a microscopic analysis. The translation of what all this says up here is it says Christus, after having been beaten with rods and having been condemned to death, has been attached living to the cross. The picture was scratched on the ground level, close by an angle of one of the passages, which lie under the structures adjoining the bridge of Caligula in the immediate neighborhood of Clavius Victoriae. The building is really a gallery made by Caligula to connect the palace with the forum. But I thought this was real interesting, and it doesn't look like our typical crosses, of course there's two, and one of them has faded or something, and you can see it on the micro thing it said. But there's proof of what happened outside of just the scriptures. Okay, I just wanted to show you those few things where I could find some historical stuff on the use of this name, and there's even a whole lot more if you go to that website I linked you. But this is the verses where I got my confirmation, okay? And I put down here my mechanical translation and then what they had in the English, but it's Matthew 11:25 through 30. And at that time Jesus declared, I thank you, Father, Lord of heaven and earth, that you have hidden these things from the wise and understanding and revealed them to the little children. Yes, Father, for such is your gracious will. All things have been handed over to me by the Father, and no one knows the Son except the Father, and no one knows the Father except the Son, and anyone to whom the Son chooses to reveal him. Come to me, all who labor and heavy laden, and I will give you rest. Okay, this is where it got interesting when I was looking at the actual Greek. The next verse we have in English says, take my yoke upon you and learn from me, for I am gentle and lowly in heart, and you will find rest for your souls. Well, when I analyzed that, this is what I got. Take away him, my yoke, from you, and learn from me, that I am meek, and this heart humble, and find rest for your souls. And I thought, that's weird that I'm getting that instead of what they have. Well, then you go on to verse 30, and it says, for my yoke is easy, and my burden is light. Well, when I checked that, I got, for he, Christos, my yoke, and he burdens preventing or blocking my light. And I thought, oh my gosh. But I'll show you where I figured that out, because I'm going to show you the actual verses where I looked at them. Okay, this is my word breakdown of 29. Take away him, and that's ton, which means him. It's a third person masculine singular pronoun. Him, or the yoke, my yoke, from you, and learn from me, that meek, I am meek and humble, and this heart, and you will find rest to your souls. And that's what I came up with when I looked at it, and I immediately saw it, and I was like, oh my gosh. And they kind of twisted around, take my yoke. See, and it's like, take away him, my yoke, is what it actually says. And there's just this mild twisting on stuff. It really upsets me. But you can study this out if you need to. But this was all the confirmation I needed for myself. Okay, now this was another weird thing. Because I was getting this weird stuff when I was checking. Because when I analyze a verse, I'll throw it in about 5 different translators and check and see what they get to see if it matches what I'm getting when I've analyzed it. And I kept getting this Estin here. And being, like, I guess this is like 5 languages I've studied now, I really look at things a lot carefuler. It's like, because Eston is actually a different language, but it kept coming up in the Greek. And I know from Revelation where it says that they'll gnaw their tongues and they're going to cause people to gnaw their tongues. Well, when you literally look at the Greek on that, it means that they're going to scramble the languages. They're going to use multiple languages and get it all gnawed up where we can't figure it out. And I'm like, okay, well, that's why these Microsoft Star and Microsoft and Bing and all are getting this stuff is because they're unscrambling, I think. So I went and looked it up and I was right. It's like, yep, that's what they've done. Because what I got on verse 30, for he Christos my yoke, and he burdens or prevents or blocks my light. It's like he's saying that this Christos is the yoke that's burdening and preventing his light from shining. And that word estin is the one that means prevents, stalls, blocks, hinders. And that's why this kept picking up so weird on the translators. That's my theory. I put some screenshots of where I put it in the different translators. It kept coming back Eston. I'm like, what is up with this? So that's why I dug into that. Okay, I went to see where other places where Christos might be, and I found it in Luke 6:35, and it says, in our English we have, but love ye your enemies, and do good, and lend, hoping for nothing again, and your reward shall be great, and ye shall be the children of the highest, for he is kind unto the unthankful and to the evil. Okay, and I thought, that's a strange statement. So I go through and I analyze all that. Well, the word for kind is Christos. Okay, when I got, this is what I got in my mechanical. Besides, you love your enemies and are good. Also, you borrow zero, no desperate ones, and he will give you a great wage or a reward, and you will be sons of the Supreme or the Highest, because Christos, he is over those ungrateful and evil. I'm like, voila. I mean, this is a lot different, and that's pretty broken there. I didn't clean that up into a smooth sentence or anything, but basically it's like, okay, it's just saying that, he's the one that's going to be over the ungrateful and the evil. I'm like, what in the world? And amazingly enough, Paul and Peter both mentioned this Christos. Okay, in Romans 2:4, or do you presume on the riches of the Christoles and the forbearance and patience, not knowing that God's Christon, which is Christos in a different form, is meant to lead you to repentance? But because of your hard and impotent heart, you are storing up wrath for yourself on the day of wrath, when God's justice or righteous judgment will be revealed. So that's a weird statement too. Then in 1 Peter 2:2 and 2:3 it says, as newborn babes desire soul-nourishing milk, that you may grow by it, if indeed you tasted that the Lord is Christos. So he's talking about Yahweh being Christos. I said, no wonder he's over the evil, the ungrateful, and the evil. That's just wild. And I also noted that Wiki gives Christos as being the same thing on their thing, for what that's worth, You can see it here on this other slide where I analyze Luke 6:35, because when you see this word, the X is CH, R, and that N looking is an E, and they put Christos, and it should have been Christos, but it gives it as a male given name, and how I got he's over that is epi, because when you're dealing with a positional thing with a person, it would be upon or over of authority. like in a judicial sense. I hope this is making sense for y'all. I also found it in Luke 5:39. And what we have in English is, no man also having drunk old wine straightway desireth new, for he saith the old is better. Okay, what I got in a Meccano is, no one anymore directly wants old, for he says he wants recently born. The old or ancient, he is our Christos. So it's literally saying that it's Christos is the old and ancient. And if you study about the word ancient, it really means like weaned, removed, taken away, ancient, like ready to go out the door, you know. And this was a compound word, and I had to break it down. It literally means our Christo, because Taurus is Teros is our, the suffix, and then you have Cresto. So it's our Christos. And here's more confirmation that Christos is actually Yahweh. Because when you look at Psalms, we've got, I saw it in Peter, so I went and looked at the Psalms, in the Septuagint, and it's the same thing. It says in Psalms 34:8, taste and see the Lord is good. Well, the word they have translated as good is actually Christos. Blessed is the man who hopes in him. So it's literally telling us that Christos is Yahweh. It's showing again that it's interchangeable, that even the translators see it as the same as Christos, because there's your N, that's actually an E in Greek. It's Christos, but they translate it as Christos on Word Hippo, which is a pretty good translator. I like Word Hippo. I wanted to mention this too. There's some major psyops going on all over the internet. One of them is the destruction of Bar Abba. Some really slick videos are being put out, and like this one, he's quoting Luke 23:3, and see how they've changed the wording. Pilate questioned him, "Are you the king of the Jews?" And he answered him, "It is as you say." That's not what we have in the Greek. The Greek matches the King James a lot more. And Pilate asked him, saying, Art thou the king of the Jews? And he answered him and said, Thou sayest. It's like, you're saying that, not me. It's basically what he's saying in the Greek. And they are slickly, the agenda's huge. And they'll do just about anything to keep these lies alive. Once you see the truth, you can't unsee it. Tons of them are promoting the Hebrew so-called chosen one, Jesus as the Christ. And many of the pastors are going to this Hebrew roots, they already are a chosen one and don't even tell you. Like this name here, Winger, is a so-called chosen one. But he's doing a psyop. He's pretending to be a believer. I believe this. I really do. They're bashing the book of John, saying it was written much later. And when the oldest manuscripts we have, I'm sorry, my throat's messing up again. This was a lot of talking, though. The oldest manuscripts we have are the Gospel of John, not Mark and the Synoptics. And I place a lot of value on the Gospel of John. The so-called chosen ones are also calling for trigger warnings to be printed on the New Testament text on the new Bibles. They're passing the Noahide laws to get you to deny that Jesus Bar Abba is the Son of the Father and that he's a deity. Last and not least, they're going to perpetuate this lie that Bar Abba was an evil murderer and not the Son of the Father. I can't compete with their expensive produced videos, but I'll keep trying to push the truth. And I hope that people are listening. They can churn them out. They're churning out a video almost every day. If any of y'all feel so called to do this, what I'm doing, to put this truth out there, make more videos. Use my stuff. I don't care. This is from Father. This isn't from me. Feel free to use any of my slides, anything from my Facebook, my Discord channel. It's yours. Take it. Go with it. You know, you don't even have to mention my name because I'm not important in this. The thing that's important is that people know about the Father and the Son and that he was real. And he warned us. He warned us this would happen. That's what all of Matthew 24 is about. It's about them calling him their little Christ or Messiah thing and setting up a psyop to get everybody to follow them. And it's like, I'm going to continue with Matthew 25 and into 26 until I get the whole completed thought. But I'm so happy that I saw this because it's like Father stepping us out one little step at a time. It's like he brings us out of all the deceptions, but it's a little step at a time. Don't let you lose your faith either, because that's scary too. It can, like, oh my gosh, there's too many lies. I can't trust it. You can trust his words, and we still got the originals. We just have to dig at them. Now, what do we do now that we know this? We go home to Father. We're the prodigal children, and we go home to Father, and he's happy we're back home. Luke 15:20. And he rose and came to his father, but while he was still a long way off, his father saw him, and he felt compassion for him, and he ran and embraced him and he kissed him. And the son said to him, Father, I've sinned against heaven and before you. I am no longer worthy to be called your son. But the father said to the servant, Bring quickly the best robe, and put it on him, and put a ring on his hand, and shoes on his feet. And bring the fattened calf, and kill it, and let us eat and celebrate. For this my son was dead, and is alive again. He is lost, and he is found. And they began to celebrate. It is fitting to celebrate and be glad. Your brother was dead, and is alive. He was lost, and he is found. Our brother, our friend, Jesus was lost. We found him, and we were lost, and we've been found, and we all go back to Father. That's where we belong. I love you guys so much, and I hope that this does not cause anybody to lose faith. I hope it gives them more faith. It should. It should give you more faith, not cause you to lose faith. That's it. I hope you enjoyed it.